Hey guys, what's up? I hope everybody is doing well tonight. I hope everybody, first of all, happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm wearing my green tonight, my sparkly green. I don't know how much it's showing up on camera, but I have my sparkly green shirt on today. So happy St. Patrick's Day. And I also want to say thoughts and prayers definitely going out to everyone who is affected by these awful storms, tornadoes all across Arkansas, Missouri, moving on to the east. I know here in Arkansas, I think that we were up to the National Weather Service or whoever comes out to do the surveys. I think we're up to 10 confirmed here in Arkansas. 2 of those being EF4s, which are no joke. I mean, no tornado is ever a joke, but when you get up into the EF4, and they say these are high EF4 tornadoes, so close to EF5, which is basically the top you can get. I think we had 3 people lost their lives here in Arkansas, and I think 24 or 26 just in the course of these storms. So just thoughts and prayers going out to everybody affected. Hopefully none of our community members here were affected. Here in central Arkansas, because the worst of the storms in Arkansas were up in the northeast part of Arkansas. But here in central Arkansas, we got some wind and rain. We did have a few small limbs down in our yard, and then it apparently blew off the like that vent thing that's on top of the house. It blew it off. It's out in the pasture somewhere. It's out in the pasture with the cows somewhere. So anyway, this is, for anybody new here, this is, of course, our Missing Person Monday live stream. Excuse me. We do this every Monday night live for the most part. A few exceptions every once in a while, but we are live tonight, and I'm glad to see everybody here. So let's see who we have here. Oh, Miss Doodle said she was first. So congratulations, Doodle was first. Arctic is here. Arctic was second. Chris was third. Thank you so much. Chris said he has shared this. Thank you so much, my friend. Absolutely. Stormy is here. Hello, Miss Stormy. Good to see you. And for once, I don't even know if I want to say this, for once in a long time, my StreamYard is working on my computer. So we'll see how long it lasts. Mr. James Tate is here. Always a pleasure to see Mr. James. Hello. He says, hello, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for everything you do. For everyone else, God bless you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Miss Paula Fitzhenry is here. And I loved, if you have not watched Miss Paula's short, her morning short that she does every day, please do check out Miss Paula's channel. All these channels, Arctic, Doodle, anybody that's in here, you guys, most of you guys have wrenches. You can throw your links in. I loved Miss Paula's short today, talking about wishing everybody a happy St. Patrick's Day and what we could, if you partake, what you can do for St. Patrick's Day. So Miss Paula is just always such a ray of sunshine. Always love to see what Miss Paula has got going on her channel. Let's see. I don't want to miss anybody. Hello back to you, my friend, once again. Always good to have our friend Arctic here. Thank you. Arctic's getting in links. Thank you so much. Once again, good to see Chris here. Nice to see you too, Miss Paula, as always. I love Miss Doodlebug with her hello humans. Thank you, Miss Doodle. Let's see. Thank you, Miss Doodle, also is putting in links. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chris said he shared this with Dago. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know. I don't know if I know Duchess always has her missing Flower Monday. So I've tried. That's why I've tried to move mine back a little bit. We usually start at about 8 or 8:15, but she does hers around 6:15 Central Time. So I've kind of moved back mine to start at 9:30 or 8:30 Central Time. So it doesn't interfere too much with Miss Duchess, but I will definitely be replay crew on Miss Duchess live stream when we get done here. Thank you, T says happy St. Patrick's Day. Absolutely. Yep, I brought out the bling bling tonight. This is actually the shirt that I wore when we went down to Mardi Gras to Louisiana. We got to go to the Mardi Gras coronation. So I wore this shirt and just some nice slacks and my fancy boots, as I call them. So I figured out, since it's St. Patrick's Day, I would break it out for tonight. Once again, yep, absolutely. There's Miss Doris Bove, one of our favorite people. Hello, Miss Doris. Good to see you. Says, hello, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Same to you, ma'am. And Miss Doris is on the East Coast. Probably in this area we're going to be talking about tonight, because tonight we're doing, once again, for anybody who may be new here, we've been going through all the states. We are doing New Jersey tonight. So I know Miss Doris is in that New York, New Jersey area. So always good to have Miss Doris here. And I always tell her I can hear her accent in my head. Excellent. Should have known Arctic is Arctic says, I've been helping with the cleanup in Oklahoma over the weekend and took water and canned goods down to the victims. Bless you, sir. Absolutely. Yeah. Just everywhere from Arkansas to Missouri, because I think northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri got hit real bad, and it went east and wreaked havoc. Just unfortunately, it's just that time of year, that time of season, severe weather season, and nothing we can do about it. Miss Farr is here, and she has gifted 5 Southern Gal True Crime memberships. Thank you so much, Miss Farr. Absolute angel. And I did catch some of Sunshine Mind of Monsters mom last night. They were doing a Australian live. Miss Farr was on there with her, so I caught a little bit of that. Was listening to it while I was getting some stuff done. I'm getting some my videos edited to upload this week. But I'm going to go back and watch all of that, because what I heard was just fantastic and hilarious, and just I'll have to go check it out. Oh, before I forget, Miss Farr gets her moo cow. If I can find the moo cow, where's she at? We can put the moo cow out with the vent that's out there. Maybe the moo cow can fetch the vent and put it back on top of the house. just almost spilled my drink. Thank you so much, Miss Farr. Thank you so much. We appreciate it so much. And everything, anything I get from memberships, from donations, from super chats and super stickers goes right back into the channel. I by no means make, money off of the channel. It goes right back in, or I wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. So thank you very much for all your continued support. Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Farr. Yep, Chris says, Artie, you should be rewarded for your hard work. I like to think that even though we've never met in person, I have conversed with Arctic over Messenger and through here, and I think I can pretty safely say that Arctic does this out of the kindness of his heart. He would never be, probably his, and I don't mean to speak for Arctic, but just his reward is probably just I know it's for me whenever I do something, volunteering to do whatever it may be. My reward is the feeling I get for helping somebody else that needs help, But anyway, I don't want to, don't mean to talk for Arctic, but I just have a feeling. Just have a feeling. Let's see. We'll get caught up in comments and we will get started. I think I have 8 cases tonight. Once again, a lot of them I use the basic information from the Charlie Project, and always get on the Google machine to try to find some extra articles, interviews with family members, interviews with law enforcement, any updates that may have happened. I wasn't able to find a whole lot on these cases, but once again, that is the nature of these cold cases. A lot of the times there's just not a lot of information out there. But we will go with what we got with. Go with what we got with. I said that completely wrong. We will go with what we got. That's what I was trying to say. It was a long day at work today. Sorry. And it was a long weekend because Friday, when the storms were going, we had already made plans. It was our family game night. So we were already in town because I actually live, on the farm. My brother lives in town. So we had already made plans to go to town for game night. So it was kind of served a double purpose, playing games, spending time with the family, and then just in case we had any neighbors that dropped close by here, we were very close to all the storm shelters and safe rooms throughout the town. So, but we had fun. We were playing games, and we had the weather going on in the background. So, just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. And I'm gonna have to. I don't know if anybody was in, and I don't know if it happened during speaking to Dutch's live stream. I got a notification that I had been gifted a membership to Dutch's membership to Dutch's channel. So thank you to whoever gifted memberships. I got one, so I am very happy, and I'm going to take advantage of it. Most definitely. So thank you out there to whoever gifted memberships. Wow, bunches popped up here. Let's see, get back down to where I was at. Did I miss somebody? Wait, somebody said Senior B. Did I miss Senior B? Hold on, let me make sure I don't remember seeing. My eyes aren't so good, as you guys know, so Miss Doris. I'm not seeing Senior B. I almost put this into a dumpster fire already. If I miss Senior B, I apologize. But I'm trying to go back down through here, and I hate to leave anybody out. Well, anyway, if Senior B is here, thank you. I know somebody, oh, maybe that was, they got gifted a membership. Maybe that's what it was. Okay, that might have been what it was. Okay, so apparently there, Arctic says, Chris, that Canada thing is wild. I've been reading what you sent. Uh-oh. Is it a case? A case? Okay, we got down to there. Yep, there's Miss Doris. Yep, Chris says, far, that's great to see new members. Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Did you go to Popeyes today? Arctic says, I'm not a drinker, but after my experience with Popeyes today, I could have downed a keg of green beer. I can count on the number of one hand the times that I've eaten at a Popeyes. If you're talking about the Popeyes restaurant, because on the way back from Louisiana, when we were on the way home, that's where we stopped. I can't even remember. It was just right after we passed back into Arkansas. We stopped at a little strip mall place that had a bunch of different places to eat, and we ate at Popeyes. I think that's only the second time I've ever eaten at Popeyes in my life. Green beer. Yes. Sometimes if we happen to go out to eat or something on St. Patrick's Day, because usually most restaurants do have a green beer they serve on St. Patrick's Day. My mom always has to have at least one green beer. Hello, Patriotism. Good to have you here. Always good to have you here. There's our Spice Girl, Miss Lisa Joe. Hello, ma'am. How are you doing? Good to have you here as always. Arctic says just horrific customer service. Waited 20 minutes for a totally messed up order and not so much as an apology when I had to go back in school traffic. I hate school traffic to get it fixed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can kind of look over and be, certain things, but if it's poor customer service, because I did food service for 10 years before I went into working retail, and so I can kind of see both sides of it. But yeah, poor customer service is never an excuse for anything. Chris says he doesn't drink at all. I very rarely drink. Matter of fact, when we went down to Mardi Gras and I had a couple of drinks, that's the first time I drank anything in probably a year or more. All right. Oh, just when I think I get caught up, I just don't want to miss anybody. Yes, you talking about on Mom's Live? Chris said Farah was very interesting last night. Absolutely. Yep, I saw. Yep, Miss Paula, I saw you. Oh, wrong one, but yep, I saw Miss Paula was in that live too. I understand, Miss Doris. Absolutely. There's our friend Junior Johnson. Hello, Junior. Always good to see Junior here, one of the OGs. Yes, and I did. Arctic did do a live stream. And shame on me. Somebody had to remind me. She had. Oh, it was the. I did a video, or I'm going to do a video. Amy Fulton. It was her sister was on there with Arctic. Excellent live stream, and I have been in touch with. Is her name Linda? My mind is blanking. And I'm trying to get Amy, my video for Amy. It won't be as as good as Arctic's live, but just to get a video put together to be uploaded this week for Amy's case. But yes, Arctic does great live streams. I think our Arctic should do more live streams. Hello once again, Miss Doris. Absolutely. Arctic says, I do what I do because it's the right thing to do. If I have $5 and my neighbors have nothing, then my neighbors have $5. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Chris says that's what he would do as well. Yep. All right. And speaking of St. Patrick's Day, from what we've always been told, Arkansas actually has the distinction of having the shortest St. Patrick's Day. Now, I don't know if that's if it's ever been verified or Guinness or whatever, but in Hot Springs, they have the shortest. It's always been billed as the world's shortest St. Patrick's Day parade. It's like 98 feet. And this year, the Grand Marshal, I believe, was Valerie Bertinelli, and what they call the parade starter was Flavor Flav. So it always brings some celebrities around. And for all these years I've lived in Arkansas, I've never been to it. Never been to it. I would like to go someday though. Let's see. Let's make sure I don't miss anybody. Did Miss Barb get a membership too? Excellent. Always got to see. I love, of course, love to see everybody get anybody get a membership, but especially Miss Barb. So congratulations to Miss Barb. All right. Just get caught up and we will get started, I promise, before people start leaving. We're 20 minutes in, but that's about usual. There's Miss Jocelyn. Hello, Jocelyn. Good to see you, my dear. She's got the shamrocks and the pink or the green hearts in. Welcome, Jocelyn. I hope you're doing well. Arctic says he allows himself one margarita whenever we go to Chili's or Applebee's. I love margaritas, but I have to usually go over to daiquiris because the tequila and the margaritas just kill me now. I can't do tequila anymore, so I just have to switch over to daiquiris. There's Miss J, Miss JC Ann. Thank you so much for being here. Please do check out Miss JC. She has a wonderful channel. Yes, Amy Fulton. Am I pronouncing it Fulton or Fountain? Fulton. Yeah, that was an excellent. And her mom, just listening to her, just made me want to cry. Made me want to cry. Now Miss Lisa Joe's wanting $5. There is Dave. He's probably listening and driving. Dave says hello all. Hello, Dave. I hope you're doing well. Staying warm, being safe. If you're out driving and listening, please do check out Dave. Excellent channel. His weekly live stream is late Saturday night, early Sunday mornings every week. We always love Dave's live. Yep. Listening and driving. Absolutely. Just want to make sure I get everybody. Yep. Absolutely. Dave says, good to see you all. Can't say hi to everyone. Yes. Be careful. You concentrate on driving. All right. All right. I think I am caught up. So we will get started. Let me mark where I left off. Get my slide up here. So like I said, we're going to be featuring people, missing persons from New Jersey this week. I think I have 8. I know that seems like a lot, but once again, wasn't a whole lot of extra information that I could find aside from the Charlie Project information. Uh-oh. Dave says he has a sad note. If you get to a place where you can type safely while you're not driving, you'll have to let us know what the sad note is, Dave. Lisa says, do you have Patricia Wagner? I don't think so. I think I may have saved her to do a separate video on, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. Oh, goodness. So Dave said, our neighbor's dog died tonight, got hit by a car. Oh, I hate to hear that. Oh, I hate to hear that. Wow. Thoughts and prayers going out to your neighbors. Okay, Lisa Joe says, I know her cousin and also Madison is like an expert. Well, we may have to get together and get you ladies on with me and do a live stream about her case. Absolutely. Miss Michelle C is here. Hello, dear. Good to have you here. There's Miss Peggy. Hello, Miss Peggy. Welcome. Oh, Dave says her name was Brooklyn, and the owners refused to lease her. She was a beautiful Roddy. Man. Miss Peggy says she was getting her dinner started. Yeah, I had my dinner as soon as I got home from work and got my shower and ate and watched a little bit of TV, and then here we are. All right, so I'm gonna mark there, wherever the mark. There it is. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, sinuses issues once again. Oh, Dave said his daughter is devastated. I bet. Okay, so first we have Lola Carney. Let me get her information. Lola has been missing since September 12th of 1982 from Clarksboro, New Jersey. She's a white female. She was 40 years old at the time she went missing. She would be 82 years old as of 2025. At the time she went missing, she was 5'4", 135 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. She did wear dentures. Lola was last seen at her home, in the 200 block of Whiskey Mill Road in Clarksboro. And this was around 11 p.m. on September 12th, 1982. Her husband, George, told her two children that she left home. She left out, once again, I'm not saying, but how many times have we heard the story? So her husband, George, told her two children that she left home in the middle of the night, taking $17,000 and a firearm, and would not return. So apparently George was Lola's fourth husband and the father of her youngest child. So Lola left home, allegedly, according to her husband. Left home driving a red 1973 Chevy Nova hatchback with the New Jersey license plate number 752RZD. Neither she nor the vehicle has ever been seen again. And so the car that she left in did not belong to her. It was her sister's. And apparently Lola had left her own car, which was an almost new Lincoln, behind. So I'm just speculating, just throwing out something here, a thought. So if you were going to leave in the middle of the night, taking $17,000 with you, taking a firearm, saying you're not going to return, would you leave in your sister's 1973 Chevy Nova? Nothing against Novas. Or would you leave in your brand new, almost new Lincoln? Just a thought. Feel free to let me know what you guys think. Or if you're watching replay, thank you so much. Leave a comment. I think I would have gone with the Lincoln. But anyway, so George, the husband, refused to report Lola missing. Her sister finally reported her missing on January 3rd of 1983. So let's see, she was last seen on September 12th, 82. Her sister reported her missing on January 3rd of 83. It says Lola and George often argued, and before her disappearance, Lola had told her sister that so this is once again another putting the, but as always, spouses, significant others are always the first ones they look at anyway. So Lola told her sister that she was contemplating moving out of George's home and filing for divorce. She was very close to her children, however, and it would be uncharacteristic of her to leave them voluntarily for so long. She had 3 children, 2 of whom were living with her when she vanished. So I don't know, maybe the other one wasn't older and had already moved out. She vanished the night before they were due to start the new school year. So apparently George said that Lola was having an affair with someone in September of 1982. It said that Lola had left George numerous times before, but she had always taken the children with her, and she always returned after a short time. So she left behind her dentures when she went missing. George said she had a new, according to George says that she had a new set made before she disappeared, which could be true, but it says that has not been confirmed. Lola has not renewed her driver's license or used her social security number since her disappearance. George later divorced Lola on grounds of desertion. She was declared legally deceased in 1990. So in 2004, investigators bored through some concrete near Lola's house, but they found no evidence related to her disappearance. Police believe that she is missing under circumstances and that she was probably the victim of a homicide. So I know you guys have probably got your red flags ready. Like I said, this channel is never about victim blaming, family blaming, but it's, once again, the spouse, significant other is always the first you look at. And to me, George is throwing up some red flags for me. Just my opinion. Let me see if I did have any. I do not think I had any. I cannot find any additional information on Lola's case as far as any interviews with family members, with law enforcement, any updates. So that's all the information we have on Lola. But if you do have any information, you can call the East Greenwich Township Police Department at 856-423-4322. So yeah, I have questions. I'll just put it that way. I have questions about George. So either I'll put it this way: I have questions about George, or I believe it mentioned that she had said that she was having allegedly she was having an affair with someone in September 1982. So I will be looking at George, the husband, and I will be trying to find out and talk to this if it's true, this person that she was allegedly having an affair with. That would be my top two people to talk to, but that is just my unprofessional opinion. All right, let me see what you guys have to say, and we will move on to the next one. My chat keeps disappearing. Get back down to where I was. There I am. Let's see, make sure I did not miss anybody. Thank you, Miss Jocelyn. If it'll come up. Oh. Says, I watched the replay, got to head to bed because I had to be up early tomorrow. Have a great show. Thank you, Miss Jocelyn. Always good to have when Miss Jocelyn pops in. Replay crew, we love replay crew. I can't use my words tonight. Oh, yeah, of course, Chris had to bring up, yes, it'll come up. Is excited about this is basketball, Arkansas versus Kansas in Providence, Rhode Island. Are you saying go Razorbacks? Are you being sarcastic? Because I know Chris lives in Kansas. Yeah, I saw that. I watched it. Well, they showed the part of the selection show on the highlights of it on the local news about the Razorbacks. Let's see. Chris said he's got red flags about Lola's time of disappearance. Absolutely. Far said she would leave in her Lincoln. See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got a 73 Nova hatchback, or you have what they call it, basically brand new Lincoln. I think I would be leaving in the Lincoln. Let's see. Yeah, Doodle says, I don't know. I'll be driving the Nova myself, but that's my favorite car. Oh yeah, I love Novas, the classic Novas. Yep. But yeah, but as far as the scenario of take off and leave, take all this money, take a firearm, you would think that she would leave in her newer car. But that's just me. But yes, I'd probably pick the Nova too, now that I think about it. Let's see. Oh, Arctic, go back to basketball. Arctic says Kansas is going to win. The Razorbacks would do good to win the scrimmage against our middle school football team. That is true. That is true. Let's see. Yeah, my dad had I can't remember what year model, 60 model Nova back in the day. Absolutely. I've seen pictures of it. There's a Mustang 65. If it'll come up. Nothing's wanting to come up. It's being slow. There we go. Hey, Mustang 65. Good to see you. I promise I have not been drinking anything except for my Coke I got down here. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Arctic says, I always look at the boyfriends first as much as I try to be unbiased. Just like in Amy's case, I will put money on the boyfriend. Excellent. Yeah. See, yeah, I mean, you have to. I mean, you always start in the middle, or on the inside to the people that are closest, and then work your way out as you clear them, if they're cleared. If you clear all the close, family members, significant others, spouses, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever, you clear them, and then you start moving out to like friends, acquaintances, and then they all clear. Then you start moving out to possibility of stranger. At least from what I understand, from what I've read, I tried to retain some knowledge here. Let's see. Doodle says, right, in that time, you would definitely take the best one. Right, I think I'm caught up. So like I said, I did not, unfortunately, find any additional information on Lola, but this is better. What we have is better than nothing. All right, so next we have Amanda Ray Carroll, and I do have actually had to download a PDF of just a scanned in news article, a newspaper clipping for this one. I think it's this one. So this is Amanda Ray Carroll. Give me a drink right quick. Okay. So Amanda has been missing since May 2nd of 2000 from Flemington, New Jersey. She is a white female. She was 20 years old at the time she went missing. She will be 45 years old today. At the time she went missing, she was 5'6" to 5'7" and 140 pounds, with red hair and hazel eyes. She has a tattoo of a sun and moon on her right ankle and a floral pattern tattooed on the back of her neck. Her ears are pierced. She was last seen wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and gold rings. And it says that she was taking antidepressant medication at the time that she disappeared. Amanda was last heard from on May 2nd, 2000. She resided in a rented home, which was on Greenwood Place in Flemington. During the early morning hours, she chatted on the internet with a friend from Texas about Amanda's plans to take her children and move to Arizona, which is the place of her birth, to live with her father. She said that she was upbeat at the time. She was looking forward to the move. Amanda spoke to a Canadian friend on the phone before going to bed at around 6:30 a.m. After that, she has never been heard from again. So Amanda's husband, Matthew, he was a Marine Corps captain. He was named as a suspect in her case several months after her disappearance. He and their two young daughters were visiting his parents in New York on the day that Amanda was last heard from. So I'm wondering, if it was a pre-planned visit, but then again, it could coincide. You may not be a little suspicious, but if it was just a last spur of the moment, here, the kids are going to come visit you, might make you think. So Amanda married Matthew when she was 16 years old. The relationship was reportedly happy until the family moved to New Jersey 6 months prior to Amanda's disappearance. So apparently when they moved to New Jersey, Amanda became depressed and she decided to leave her husband and seek a divorce. So the police were called to their residence 2 days before her disappearance due to a domestic dispute, but no violence had occurred. No charges were filed. Matthew, the husband, has never been charged in Amanda's case, and he has stated that he believes she left of her own accord, possibly with someone that she met on the internet. So authorities have investigated all of her known internet acquaintances, however, and all her internet acquaintances have been cleared of involvement in her case. So what does that leave us back to? Stranger or somebody close to you? Her disappearance remains unsolved, obviously. So if you have any information on Amanda's case, you can call the Raritan Township Police Department at 908-782-8889. And like I said, I think I have it pulled up. Yes, so I'm just reading off of a PDF that I downloaded, and it is from March 22nd of 2001. It was when this newspaper article came out. Police still seeking solution in mother's disappearance. Amanda Carroll, a mother of 2 daughters, has been missing from her home near Flemington since May 2nd, 2000. Authorities and family members don't expect to see her again, so apparently they believe that she is deceased. At the anniversary of Amanda's disappearance, as the anniversary of Amanda's disappearance approaches, her 26-year-old husband, Matthew, remains the primary suspect in his wife's disappearance. And this is according to Raritan Township Police Chief Fred Brown. But there is not enough evidence to arrest the husband. Mr. Carroll, once again, a Marine sergeant who was working in South Island at the time of his wife's disappearance, vanished from the area soon after reporting her missing. So there's another red flag. If I'm reading this correctly, shortly after he reported her missing, he left. Make sure I read that right. So Mr. Carroll, Marine Sergeant who was working in South Island at the time of his wife's disappearance, vanished from the area soon after reporting her missing. So yeah, he left for some reason too. But Brown said his departure was voluntary. He took the furniture and his children to Long Island to live with his parents. Neither Mr. Carroll nor his attorney returned phone calls. There's rarely a day that goes by, but there's certainly never a week that goes by that we don't discuss the case and come up with any more leads, said Brown, who was interviewed for this article with Detective Benedict Donnarumma. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. We tried to do a monthly meeting ourselves and the Hunterdon County Prosecutor's Office to discuss any new leads or avenues that we can take to continue this investigation, and we're going to continue that. This is not going to go away. We're going to keep it up until we get some type of closure with this. For Mrs. Carroll, Amanda's father, Floyd Whitey White, of Wickenburg, Arizona, her disappearance seemed a mystery at first. Now, White says he wonders why Mr. Carroll hasn't been more involved in the probe. If he, Matthew, says he's still in love with the mother of his children, why doesn't he cooperate? Excellent question. Mr. Carroll, the husband, has refused to take a polygraph test. He won't answer questions. He has invoked his Fifth Amendment rights and never calls to ask about the investigation. And this is according to law enforcement Brown. Amanda, who is 3 weeks shy of her 21st birthday when she disappeared, was in high school and living with her mother, Donna, in Carlsbad, California, when she met her future husband through a friend. The Carrolls were married in February of 1995 in the chapel at Camp Pendleton in Oceanside, California, where Matthew was stationed. White was living in Wickenburg at the time, which is about 5.5 hours drive away, and saw the couple about every 6 weeks. White said Matthew was very quiet. We never had any deep discussions, but he seemed to be minding the kids all right, but he was not outgoing. The Carrolls, along with their daughters, Jenna and Madeline, were transferred to New Jersey in 1999. The family moved into a home on Greenwood Place off of Route 202 around July 4th, and Mr. Carroll began working as a recruiter in Somerville. Amanda did not like being a military wife, but did not mind it at Camp Pendleton because of the families. White said Matthew's hours are regular, and he did have weekends off. However, in New Jersey, White said his daughter Amanda did not have a car, a job, or friends. Last January, White, an Army veteran who had been stationed in Maine, Texas, and California, came to visit his daughter for a week. Mr. Carroll was working 10 to 12 hours a day in South Island. Amanda would prepare dinner at 6 p.m., and Matt would call and tell her he had to work overtime. White, who I believe is Amanda's father, said, and he'd just go off to bed. She would just go off to the bedroom and cry. It was like that almost every night. Because of marital problems, Amanda, who was born in Arizona, decided to move with the children to her father's home. White said his daughter bought him a plane ticket so that he could fly to Indianapolis, where she would meet him a few days after, renting a truck to haul furniture, and this was around May 2nd. The prior weekend, Mr. Carroll, the husband, had taken the children to his parents' home. He told his wife he was returning to New Jersey with the girls May 2nd and will be there at around 3 p.m. Instead, he returned home alone before 11 a.m. and found his wife missing. Brown phone records and interviews show that about 6:15 that morning, Mr. Carroll spoke by phone to a Canadian friend. Mrs. Carroll, Amanda, had spoken by phone to a Canadian friend that she had met on the internet. Shelley, who lives in Indiana, called the Carrolls' home about 11 a.m. and the husband answered the phone. The husband was very agitated and said that Amanda was never going to see the kids again. So he's not doing himself any favors. I'm just going to say that. He said she was gone and had left her wedding ring on the television. Before May, White said he had talked to his son-in-law, and he said he was okay with his wife's move to Arizona. White last talked to his daughter about 3 p.m. the day before she supposedly disappeared. The last time she talked to him, get back down to the top of the, it's hard reading off these PDFs. The last time she talked to him, her friend in Canada, she was all excited about coming out. At 11 a.m., Matt's there, and he's very upset and agitated, and it doesn't seem like she changed her mind in that time limit. He says, I would like him to talk to the police and take a polygraph about that missing time. Absolutely. After finding his wife missing, Mr. Carroll knocked on the doors of his neighbors with whom he had never had contact since he'd moved there, asking if they had seen his wife. Mr. Carroll reported his wife missing to a patrol team at around 11:15 p.m. on May 3rd. He told police she had taken a purse, a makeup bag, a cell phone, which has not been used since, with her. For about 2 weeks, Brown said police leaned in favor of Mr. Carroll, the husband's story. He came back within a couple of days and moved every one of the belongings out of the house, so there was no crime scene that we were able to get anything out of. It has been a tough case. The empty home was searched by township and state police, and no clues were found. The FBI and Marine officials have also assisted with the investigation. Evan Stark, an associate professor in public administration at Rutgers University in Newark, has interviewed hundreds of people, researched about 5,000, and testified in about 100 trials involving domestic disputes. Stark said his research also includes military families. We know, of course, when that is the most dangerous time in any kind of relationship with DV. Excuse me, the most dangerous time is when usually the female is trying to leave. He says, we know, of course, when that's the most dangerous time, either when the guy senses separation or when she separates. That's when he senses the complete loss. Stark said, if White's stories about Mr. Carroll missing dinner and his wife's reactions are true, it is a common problem. So she's crying not only because he didn't come home for dinner, but if she does cook, is it going to get cold? And I think it cut off the rest of the... Well, you get the gist of it. That's just, yeah. To me, some very... Most definitely would be looking at the husband. But I'm sure you guys have some opinions. And I know there we go. Okay. Okay, I don't know why that's okay. Sorry, technical difficulties. Now I lost my place. Okay, there it is. Well, maybe that's not where I was at. Okay. Yeah, I went down too far. Let's see. Yeah, Chris says, I always keep an open mind. I'm gonna turn off the cam for a minute while I'm reading comments. Chris says, I always keep an open mind when I look at cases Then I dig deeper, and if I'm satisfied they're clean, I move on to people who aren't family members on cases. Absolutely, yeah. You always start with the family members. Then I would imagine then you would move out to friends, acquaintances. You know, work as people that they worked with, things of that nature. Miss Peggy says, going back to I think the other case says, well, I wouldn't just leave with someone else's car, but I wouldn't buy a Lincoln by choice. Yep, Chris has got his red flags. Yep, absolutely. Arctic says, I'd be curious if the husband had a life insurance policy on Amanda. That would be interesting to know. Yep. Miss Peggy says, that's always a question I have. Good question. Absolutely. This is true. Arctic says, I mean, if she was talking to a guy in Canada, it's possible that she left to get away from the husband. That is true. But why? I mean, she didn't take the kids. Now that, she may have just thought the kids would be better off with either the husband or the husband's parents. It's a possibility. Yeah. Or maybe it's just I don't know, as hard as it is to say about parents or mothers, maybe she just didn't want, I don't know. Yeah. Good old Arctic. Arctic says it's been 25 years. How long did they need to find the evidence? It's not at Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, there's Miss PJ. Hello, Miss PJ. Good to see you, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Always good to have Miss PJ here. Please do check out Miss PJ's channel. See, and this is one, Chris said, I think a case from New Jersey that infuriates me is Dulce Alvarez, a kid who was taken by an unknown stranger. Yes, I was going to include her tonight, but I'm going to either do a separate video or maybe even a live stream just about Dulce's case. Absolutely. I have been following that case. But yes, we may do a live stream about that one. But yeah, that one is just unbelievable. Yep, Arctic is infuriated by that one too. Absolutely, as I am. Arctic says, "How long were Matt and Amanda married?" Let's see. Let me see if it says. I think it said they in that article that they got married. See, she went missing in 2000, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, I know it says, I think they were married somewhere around 96 or 97. So it says Amanda married Matthew when she was 16. I was thinking in that news clipping that a PDF that I think it was around maybe 96 or 97. So not that long. And I think it said that, oh no, never mind. That was the, hold on. Unless I'm thinking about the last case. So they got married when she was 16 and she was 20 when she disappeared. So about 4 years, I'm assuming. About 3 or 4 years. So not too awful long. Because it said that she was 16 and she disappeared when she was 20. So about 4 years. Chris said, yep, absolutely good questions. Yes, Miss Peggy says, sounds like he was quite controlling. Absolutely. That would also be a good, Chris said, I think a question that needs to be asked is if there's any questionable reasons or anything on his military service record. That is true. But wouldn't it would probably be very, very hard. I mean, I don't know anything about the military. I've had family members in the military, but I don't know if, civilians or whatever, or police can go in, because, the military obviously has their own policing. They do their own thing. I don't know how hard. It probably, I would assume, pretty hard to get access to his military records. I'm just guessing, though. That's also a possibility. Paula says it's possible she could have had a breakdown. Entirely possible. Arctic says definitely some emotional abuse. I'd be curious if the cops had ever been called to the house for DV. I think it said, let me go back, make sure I'm not getting my cases mixed up. Yes, so the police were called to their residence 2 days before Amanda's disappearance due to a domestic dispute, but no violence. They said no violence had occurred, no charges were filed, and I believe it said that this was like when the police were called, it was just like 2 days before they were supposed to go to court, maybe for the divorce hearing. If I remember correctly. Yeah, the police were called to the residence 2 days before her disappearance, and I think 2 days before the court hearing, if I remember correctly. Arctic said he would be curious to see the court military records as well. Hey, Miss Barb. How are you doing, honey? I hope you're doing good. I hope I knew you were all right because I saw you in a chat after the storms had gone through Missouri, and I don't know exactly what part of Missouri you're in. And you said that you were okay. You said it had gotten bad, but you were okay. So it's good to see Miss Barb here. Absolutely. Once again, check out Timmy's Legacy. If you don't know, have not heard of Timmy D's case, Miss Barbara is Timmy's mother. She posts a lot of stuff regarding Timmy's case on her channel. I've done a lot of stuff on Timmy's case. Arctic has done a lot of stuff on Timmy's case. A bunch of creators have done a lot of stuff. So if you're not familiar with the case, please make yourself familiar. Miss Barb is still fighting for justice for Timmy. It is good to have Miss Barb here. Oh, Miss Barb also got a membership to Duchess. Excellent. So I got one, and Miss Barb got one. I was very excited when I got that notification. I was like, whoa. So within the last week and a half, I've got gifted a membership to Dago, True Crime Cafe with Dago, and now to Duchess. Very exciting. Really? So Miss Paula said, just off subject for a second, says Damien Eccles of West Memphis 3 does not live in Salem, Massachusetts anymore. They moved and settled in Harlem, New York City. I did not know that. Last I heard, they were living in Salem, and he had his writing his books. And hold on. I so apologize. Had a sneezing fit. He was writing his books and doing his magic, and I think he might have had a YouTube channel or something. But I didn't know that they had moved. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Doodle. There's a link to please sign this petition to reopen Timmy D's case, and there is a link. Absolutely. Absolutely. And also, Arctic, you can throw it in there. Arctic has a petition to reform, standardize the Amber Alert system, which is definitely needed. So Arctic or anybody can throw in that link too if you have it handy. Or if not, I have it. I can probably bring it up and post it. Yeah, Arctic says getting married at 16 is a red flag for me too. How much older was Matthew? Oh, let me see if it says. I don't think it ever said how old he was. Oh, I think he was. I want to say in the article I read, I think he was 26, 26 or 27. So he was about 10 years older than her because she was 16. Well, it depends on when. So she was 16 when they got married. And at the time that she disappeared, I think it said he was somewhere around 26 or 27. So she would have been 20. Maybe I would say, what, 6 to 10 year age difference that he was older, if I'm doing my math right, which someone please go behind me and check my math, like, in school, because I'm not good at math. So yeah, probably anywhere between a 5 to 10 year age difference that he was older. Thank you much, Miss Doodle and Arctic, for getting in the links. Yeah, Miss Peggy said she hadn't even dated much at 16. I know I was not even allowed to start dating until I was 16. So, that doesn't mean that, well, I don't know. I didn't really sneak out a whole lot. I mean, whenever I snuck out, it was just to hang out with friends and to drink and, of course there was boys around, but I was not allowed to start dating, going out with a boy by myself, unaccompanied with with either parents riding along, dropping us off somewhere and being in the vicinity, or going with another couple or a group, how you go out with a group of friends, so yeah. But now, unfortunately, 16, by the time kids are 16 now, they're unfortunately very seasoned. Let's just put it that way. Yep, Arctic says, yeah, 2 days before she goes missing, the cops are at the house, speaks volumes to me. That's what I thought. Absolutely. That is Miss Dutch's. Dutch, her name is, her channel is Dutch's. I think it's at Dutch, Dutch 4 missing, the letter Dutch, and then the letter 4 missing. I'm sure somebody's thrown her link in there. Excellent advocate. She's in the Carolinas. She shares a lot of the Carolina cases. She does a lot of interviews with family members to help bring awareness to cases. Yes, that's just discussions. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. Absolutely. She does a wonderful job. Thank you, Miss Barb. Miss Barb says that green shirt looks beautiful on you. Yes, it's my sparkly green St. Patrick. I keep wanting to say, I don't know what, my St. Patrick's Day shirt. Actually, my fancy shirt I wore in to go to the Mardi Gras coronation a couple weekends ago when we were down in Louisiana. But thank you, Miss Barr. I appreciate it. Just make sure I don't miss anything. Yep. Duchess is an advocate who does tons of flyers. Yes. She has a missing flyer Monday every Monday. Yeah, Arctic says, so yes, that's a huge red flag. Then 6 years older, dating a 16-year-old. At best, he's a child predator. Absolutely. And I'm still kind of confused about if they had a child together. Let's see, hold on, let me go back and look. Because it said that, or maybe I'm thinking about the other case. No, that wasn't, sorry, that was the one before. No, they had two daughters. They had two daughters. Amanda and Matthew had two daughters. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep all the cases straight in my head. It's hard sometimes. Not necessarily. Paul had said there's a law that you have to be 18 or older to get married. It depends. It goes state by state. Just like the age of consent to have relations, different in every state. Here in Arkansas, I think it's 16. But like I said, it's just, I think it goes state by state. The age of consent, the age that you can get married. And I know way back in the day, if you wanted to get married before you turned 18, I think you could with your parents' permission. Now, I don't know if it's still the same way today or if, laws have changed or anything, but, hello, Jody Walters. Welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so Arctic says here in Arkansas, you can get married at 14 with parental consent. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Miss Peggy. Says both great petitions, Timmy's Legacy and Arctic's Amber Alert. She says she signed both and have shared them several times. Thank you so much. Let's get caught up and we'll get to our next case. Yes, I agree. It does need to change. Ms. Paula says, is it possible that it was an arranged marriage? Like, we all know in any of these cases, anything is possible, but of course, and this wasn't that long, it was in 2000. So, and they met, where did they meet at? If it said. I can't remember where it said they met at. But anything's possible. But, these days you don't hear anymore about a lot of arranged marriages. Oh, Jody says, years ago, I was getting married at 16, but due to a car accident, we missed it by 2 days. Oh, goodness. All right, I'm caught up. So let me get the next information ready. Next, we have on War Green, and I don't think I was able to find any additional information on War's case. And I'm trying to see if there's a whole lot of, there's not a whole lot of, excuse me, information on the Charlie Project, but it's what we have. So on War Green went missing on January 19th of 2001 from Newark, New Jersey. He is a black male. He was just 19 years old. He would be 43 years old as of 2025. He brown hair and brown eyes. His nickname is Head, and his left front tooth is chipped. He was last seen wearing a gray parka and blue jeans. So on War and his friend Raheem Martin had planned to cash a check from a civil lawsuit in Newark on January 19th, 2001. The last time they were seen was on a surveillance camera at Independence Community Bank at Broad and Academy Streets. It said that Green on War appeared to be nervous and he kept glancing towards the door. Raheem Martin cashed the check, which was over $8,000. He had also been issued a second check for $4,000, but it was never cashed. Martin and Green left the bank. They went next door to the Prudential Building on Broad Street, where Raheem Martin had once worked as a guard for a private security firm. He called his uncle from a payphone in the lobby. They talked briefly, and it says the uncle worked at the building, but Martin and Green left without actually seeing him. So I don't know why they wouldn't have, maybe the uncle was busy and didn't have time to come down and talk or have them come up and talk. But it's, to me, it just, in the back of my head, I don't know, something weird about just calling them on the phone briefly. I would like to have been a fly on the wall for that conversation. So the uncle worked at the building. Martin and Green left without actually seeing him, and after that, they have never been heard from again. Neither Martin nor Green had driver's licenses at the time they disappeared. They relied on other people to give them rides. They were both close to their families, and it is uncharacteristic of them to leave without warning. Anwar has not used his credit card since his disappearance. He left his cell phone behind. He does have a juvenile criminal record. He was sentenced to probation for car theft, but he was sent to a juvenile detention center after he dropped out of high school, which is a violation of his probation. He did not reoffend, and Raheem Martin had no criminal record. So because of the large amount of money that they were carrying, investigators theorized that Green and Martin had been robbed and the victims of homicides. So the day after Green and Martin were reported missing, a man's body was found in a burned house in Newark. He had been the victim of a homicide, and the house had intentionally been set on fire, and that victim was identified as Raheem Martin in August of 2010, but there was no sign of Green. Now, I've read conflicting because I had to resort to, let me make sure I didn't have any additional information. No, but on Web Sleuths, they use that a lot too to try to find just the little tidbits of information or any article. Sometimes they post older articles or scanned in news clippings that you can't, if you can't find articles. There's been, apparently in one of the articles, it was mentioned that there's actually 2 bodies. Now, I don't know if it's true, so take it with a grain of salt because it's conflicting stories. Some articles said that there were 2 bodies actually found in the house. One of them was identified as Raheem, as what was his first name? Raheem Martin. But people have researched on Web Sleuths, have researched and could not find out if indeed there was another body found. It was neither identified or was not released or made public. And then some articles they said that there was only one body found. So there's kind of a conflicting stories about that. So obviously foul play is suspected in the case due to the circumstances. So if you have any information on either on Green's disappearance or the homicide of Raheem Martin, you can call the Newark Police Department at 973-733-5400. And also, and this is just pure speculation on from people on the Web Sleuths site, some people had theorized that Anwar Green, after they got the money, he had taken the life of Raheem and then put him in this house and burned him. And I don't know if there was plans to share the money or what the case may be. But I'm trying to see if who actually the check belonged to. I guess the check belonged to Raheem Martin, because it said Martin cashed the check, which was for over $8,000. He had also, so it was Raheem Martin's checks. So just speculation, pure speculation. It could either 2 scenarios. A stranger saw them get cashing these checks and rob them, but why would they just take the life of one of them and not the other, unless Anwar was taken somewhere else and killed and put somewhere? Or the possibility that Anwar wanted the money and he's the one that took the life of Raheem and put him in the house and burned the house. Now, I'm not saying any of that's true. That's just, I'm just thinking. But I love to know, as always, what you guys think. So let me, speaking of that, get over into your comments again. Let me get a drink. Let's see if I marked. Yes, I did. Chris says Newark is a very crazy and dangerous area from what I understand. I'm sure Miss Doris, if she's still here, she could tell us one way or another. But, you know, we just have to admit anywhere nowadays is dangerous. And then back, 2001, but just about any place you go to, no matter what year, what time frame it is, there's always going to be at least a dangerous place, even in small towns, small rural communities. Yep, Arctic says 8,000 cash in that area is not really safe to have on hand, especially in 2001. That could have bought a nice used car. I agree with Ellie, likely a robbery, homicide. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Because I don't know about but then robbery, if it was a robbery, homicide, why didn't whoever robbed them, once again, I'm not saying Anwar had anything to do with Raheem's death. Why not just do them both there and leave them in the house and burn the house? I mean, why would you take, I would just want to know the reasoning of, taking them to different places. There's Tomboy Charm. Hey, Tomboy, good to see you. And let me guess, Miss Tandy is watching wrestling. I know, it's Monday night. Wrestling is on. But good to see you here. Tell Miss Tandy we said hi. Tell them we said hey, as we say here in the South. Yes, Arctic says, and the way he was acting nervous, looking around, makes me think they may have been followed. That, absolutely. Absolutely. There is Cindy Doodles. Hello, Cindy Doodles. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping in. Chris is asking Sunday how the crazy weather is in their part of Kansas. I'm telling you, this weather this weekend was horrible. Horrible, horrible. Really? It was in Germany, man? Tomboy said wrestling is over already. Was on early because it was in Germany. Oh, so not Vince anymore, but Triple H got them over in Germany wrestling. Wow. I did not know that. I might have to watch the replay of Raw tonight. Sunday says it was so nice. I worked out back for a bit today. Excellent. Yeah, it was nice here today. I was out working and it was sunny and low 70s. It was windy. Still really windy, but yeah, it was nice today. All right, so I'm caught up in comments, so we will go to the next. All right, so let me get her information up. Let me find her. This is Angela Darcel Cephas. Angela went missing on May 4th, 1984 from Port Norris, New Jersey. She is a black female. She was 20 years old when she went missing. At the time she went missing, she was 4'3", 135 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. She has a light complexion and facial freckles, and she did smoke cigarettes at the time of her disappearance. She was last seen wearing a brown sweater, a white t-shirt, gray maternity pants, and blue sneakers, and she was 7 months pregnant with her first child at the time of her disappearance, and her child was due in early August. So she went missing in May, so she only had about 3 more months to go. So Angela was last seen in Port Norris, New Jersey at 12 p.m. on May 4th, 1984. She lived with her family on Dragston Road near North Avenue, and she was last seen riding her bicycle away from the residence. The bike is described as a pink and white 20-inch Huffy girls model with a white banana seat. Now, we all know those. Anybody who's of age, so this was 84, those white Huffy bicycles with the banana seat, or those Huffy bicycles with the banana seats. Those were the most god-awful, uncomfortable things ever. Anyway, so it was pink, 20-inch girls, white banana seat, the image of flowers on the frame, and the initials KC on the neck near the handlebars. Angela has never been heard from again. She left her purse, cigarettes, and watch behind at home. Her bike has also never been recovered. When Angela left home, she told her sister that she was going to visit her former boyfriend, an older man who lived nearby. Angela's sister stated that this man was the father of her unborn baby and that he did not want to take responsibility for the child. So once again, red flags already. And I'm assuming meaning law enforcement and or her family or both, believe that he was involved in Angela's disappearance. So this older man, the father of her baby, refused to cooperate with the police investigation after Angela vanished. When he was interviewed by the Atlantic City Press in 1998, he said he had never dated her. He was not the father of the baby, but only knew her as a neighbor. Prior to her disappearance, Angela had said that she was thinking of running away from home, but her family does not believe that she would have left without saying where she was going. She had never lived outside her neighborhood prior to her disappearance. Foul play is suspected in her case, which remains unsolved. So if you have any information in Angela's case, you can call the New Jersey State Police at 856-785-0036. And let me see if I had an article on Angela. Let's see what I've got. Oh, I think I have, I got to get down to it. Once again, I have to read from newspaper clippings, so I'm going to have to enlarge it here so I can read it. This comes from Web Sleuths. Somebody had uploaded these, scanned these into Web Sleuths. Oh, stop. 1 second. And this is from, when is it from? The Press of Atlantic City, September 14th, 1998. Frances Farrington has not changed her phone number in more than 2 decades. She knows that number is the only family link left for her sister Angela Cephas, then 20, who biked away from her Port Norris home on May 4th, 1984, and has not been heard from since. Farrington says this is the only number she has. Says Farrington, as she gathered with 2 of her sisters in her Millville home on a sunny Saturday morning recently. Farrington says, I can't change the number. What if she wants to call? Angela Cephas is only one of 1,798 active missing persons cases reported in New Jersey during 1997. So almost 1,800 missing persons cases in New Jersey during 1977. And this is according to Lieutenant Joseph Lake, who is head of the State Police Missing Persons Unit and Child Exploitation Unit. Sorry. It's a massive job. Anyone will readily admit, but even more so when you consider that the unit consists of only a small number of people. Lake, his assistant, Sergeant First Class Steve Makucha, Senior Intelligence Database Officer Donna Fontana, and 3 field detectives. Although some cases fluctuate, juvenile runaways come and go, There are those missing persons cases, such as Angela's case, that remain active, even though there's been no significant change in years. On this particular Saturday, the three sisters reminisce about the quiet, happy sibling who vanished 14 years ago. Angela's photo, encased in an 8 by 10-inch glass frame, is the first thing you see when you walk into Farrington's home in Cumberland County. It's one of the last photos taken of Angela before she disappeared that spring day so long ago. State police and rescue personnel had conducted a massive search, both on ground and by helicopter. Angela, who was about 7 months pregnant, left behind her purse and her cigarettes, something she would never would have done if she did not plan to return, according to her siblings. Farrington says, "I remember that day so well. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. When that day comes around every year, I'll tell you it's rough. I can't imagine." Only days before she disappeared, Farrington explains, Angela paid her sister a visit. She looked like she wanted to talk to me, wanted to tell me something. Then there came a knock on the door. It was her boyfriend, and they went out and talked. When Angela came back into the house, Farrington says that she was quiet and pensive. She adds, "I know she had something on her mind." Farrington and her two sisters, Betty and Angelina, who is Angela's identical twin. So Angela had a twin. Refused to give up hope of finding Angela alive. Sorry, I gotta go back up to the top. Or maybe not. No, maybe I keep going. Newspaper accounts of the incident at the time of Angela's disappearance quote family members as saying Angela's boyfriend was the last person to see her alive. At the time of her disappearance, Angela lived with her sister Betty on Dragston Road in Port Norris, a commercial township. The boyfriend, who is 14 years older than Angela, 14 years older. So Angela was what, 20, did we say? I'll have to go back and look. But the older boyfriend, alleged father of the baby, was 14 years older. He lived nearby. Because the man who the sisters also claim was the father of Angela's baby has never been charged in the case. The press of Atlantic City, is withholding his name. Contacted recently by the press, the man denied being Angela's boyfriend or the father of her child. The man said of Angela's family, "They were just neighbors down the street. We were just families that grew up down the street from each other. That's all I can tell you about it." But that's not the way the family remembers it. One of the sisters says he did not want the baby. The police couldn't even get near him to question him. He got himself a good lawyer, and the police weren't even allowed on his, now I got to go back at the top, on his property. So one of the sisters, Betty, says, "I saw him give her the signal to meet. She left, and when it started to get late, I got worried." She contacted police, and an intensive ground and air search took place with firefighters and rescue workers combing the thick-wooded area. Helicopters hovered above while officers tracked the woods and nearby hangouts, but there was no sign of Angela. Relatives and friends formed posses of their own. Still, there was no sign of Angela. Every so often, Angelina, who is Angela's twin sister, will check in with the state police to see if there is any sign of her twin. While other cases of missing persons might need computer enhancement to show the aging process, Angelina, 34 at the time, is a true likeness of what Angela would look like now. Detective Sergeant First Class George Holmes, a road trooper back in 1984, worked on the investigation into Angela's disappearance. As for his opinion on the case, Holmes replied bluntly, "I believe she is deceased." He goes on to say, look, here's a girl that's 7 months pregnant and never saw the east side of the Maurice River Bridge. Where is she going to go? We checked with out-of-state relatives, nothing. Holmes said police tried to question the man the family suspects, but he had a lawyer, and a lawyer would not allow his client to answer any questions. Holmes says he gave us his name. That's it. He denied any knowledge of Angela's disappearance. But according to a nationally recognized private detective who solved hundreds of missing persons cases, the man's refusal to answer questions shouldn't automatically make him a prime suspect, which, gotta give him that. That is true. It says it's just like the John Benet Ramsey case in Colorado, said Roger J. Willard, who's author of the book Missing Persons USA. The Ramsey case involves, we know that. Because the parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, retained a lawyer and refused interviews with police, some people speculate they may have had something to do with their daughter's killing, a claim they vehemently deny. Willard says, I don't blame him, Angela's friend, for not talking. You could end up being targeted by the police. Police sometimes can put blinders on. I've had cases where I not only had to prove someone didn't do it, but had to find the person who did. Willard says, actually, I would be surprised if this was a homicide. Said Willard, who operates out of his office in Conestoga, Pennsylvania. He says, I would be more inclined to believe that she is alive. I would encourage the family to call the networks. This is an ideal case. And now remember, keep in mind, this is still back in, I think, 98 from this article. This is an ideal case for the television show, like Unsolved Mysteries, basically, he's saying. And I wouldn't even discount psychics. Said Willard, who's been tracking missing people for more than 2 decades. If there's a 1 in 10 chance, a psychic can help, take it. But Holmes said he felt comfortable. The state police did everything legally possible to find Angela. She's still a missing person and always will be until she is found, until someone talks. Ironically, Angela's case was reported only about a month before the state police formed the Missing Persons Unit and Child Exploitation Units. That case would still be at the barracks level, Lake explained, and handled the same way every missing persons case is handled. You get a tip, you track it down until it gets cold, until it becomes a wall with no door. He says sometimes you get lucky with a tip or a sighting. We just solved a 16-year case, but unfortunately it was a homicide. A couple of hunters came across a skull that was positively identified as a girl reported missing 16 years ago. Believe me, it's not easy. Today we have numerous parental abduction cases, and a lot of other agencies look to us for guidance. Many agencies won't even investigate a case of parental abduction because they feel that it's a civil matter. Now, how would it be a civil matter if it's a non-custodial abduction? But anyway, he goes on to say, well, it's not. It is a criminal matter. Lake, a 28-year veteran of the state police, took over as head of the Missing Persons Unit a year ago. Up until that time, he had primarily been investigating arsons. The job at times can get overwhelming for Lake and his crew. He says, we're so shorthanded. But look, I'm a father myself. Everyone in this unit is a parent. If it was my child missing, I would sure want someone to do something. The way I see it, if we spent time trying to find a missing child, it is not wasted time. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. At least somebody thinks that. As for Angela's case, Lake said that at that time it will remain active. We never summarily close out cases. We follow it to the end, whatever that may be. Angela's name also will remain in the National Crime or NCIC until she is found. For Angela's family, the case is very much open indeed. One of her sisters says, I have dreams. I had a dream that Angela told me that she was coming home and I should pick her up at the bus stop in Millville, and she had a little girl with her. Oh, so I'm assuming that because Angela was pregnant, that her sister envisioned in the dream that Angela had a little girl. Oh, that just breaks my heart and sends chills up my spine. Oh, so that was that horrible case. I think we actually have 2 cases tonight with girls or women that disappeared while they were pregnant. So let me get into your comments again, and then we'll go on to the next. Let me get a drink. Get down to where I was at, if I remember to mark it. Goodness, either I didn't mark or nope, because there's people snuck in on me. I got to get back down to where was I at? Oh, there it is. Okay. As a tomboy says, they're in Brussels. The WWE is wrestling in Brussels, Germany to be exact. Doodle says the tornado didn't want any of this. I don't think even the tornado would mess with Miss Doodle. I wouldn't mess with Miss Doodle. I love Miss Doodle very much, but I wouldn't want to have her on my bad side. Chris asks, was Gunther there? Are you talking about wrestling? Oh yeah, Gunther was there. I haven't watched it in so long. I have no clue who Gunther is. There is, oh goodness, punching buttons. Seahawks fan, welcome. Good to have you here. Hello, all of you bad kids. Hey, we're not bad. I don't know what you've heard, but don't believe it. No, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Even though you are a Seahawks fan. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's just that my mom is a 49ers fan, so she's not a big Seahawks fan. Let's see. Just looking for questions and comments. So, yeah, going back to the bicycle. Yeah, because the bicycle disappeared. I've never understood that either. Arctic says, I've never understood why it's the girls' bikes that don't have the bar in the center. Seems like to me us guys have more to lose by coming down on that bar. I know. I agree. I've never understood that either. I'm lost. I would, if you ever find out the answer to that question, I want to be the first to know. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Hello back. Hello back. Your name, I'm trying to think if you've popped in here before. I apologize if I don't remember, or maybe I've seen you on other channels in chats, or maybe you've just been lurking and long time lurker, first time chatter kind of thing. But welcome, welcome, welcome. You do know my name, so or where you could just read it off my thing. Chris said he's not going to touch that one about the girls' bikes. But Chris, don't you wonder about that? I've always wondered. Jody says, funny Arctic, but girls are smarter because boys' bikes are dangerous, in my opinion. Oh, hey. When you're a kid, whether you're a male or a female, and a stupid kid or a stupid teenager, all bikes are dangerous. I mean, when we were kids, not to get off subject, just, briefly, because we're going to move on, but I mean, we would get some 2x4s and some cement blocks and prop them up and make a ramp and jump our bikes over them. I mean, and none of us ever broke any limbs doing that. But we were children of the 80s, 70s, 80s, so. Oh, goodness. Uh, what, Miss Barb? Are you hurt? What are you talking about, Miss Barb? Are you okay, Miss Barb? Let us know if you're okay. There's Miss Darlene. Oh my goodness. I almost left the studio. Hi, Miss Darlene. Good to have you here. Please do check out Miss Darlene. She has a wonderful channel also. Good to have you here, ma'am. Yep. Arctic says 41 years is so long not to have answers praying for this family. Absolutely. Yeah, and it just makes it, they're all hard, obviously, but when you have an unborn child, oh, it's just double. It's just double. Double bad. Yes, absolutely. Do check out Miss Darlene's channel. And there is, thank you, Arctic. There is the link to Miss Darlene's channel. Yep, Miss Darlene is a dedicated advocate for kids. Chris says on Angela's case, there's one thing that I'm certain is that no lady would leave her purse. I agree. I don't so much carry a purse all the time now. I just kind of have like a little zip up wallet thing that I keep, my ID and money and credit cards and whatever in it. And I have it fixed where I have a stretchy bracelet thing that I've attached it to. I just put it around my wrist and carry it. I very rarely carry a purse, but yeah, I agree. Most ladies, back when I carried a purse, I did not, even if I was just running, 5 minutes to town to get pick up something, I would always take my purse with me. So I agree. Yes, and that is also, I can attest to that as a former smoker, now vapor. Arctic says no smoker would leave their cigarettes. Absolutely. I can't tell you how many times I turned back to grab my cigarettes when I was a smoker. Absolutely. I did the same thing. I would not leave without, because I think that's the reason I carried a purse back then. Because I did carry a bigger wallet. I had my wallet, a cell phone when cell phones came about, cigarettes, lighter, everything was in my purse. So I agree. Yep, Miss Darlene agrees. She says no lady would not usually leave her purse. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, or a smoker leave the cigarettes. Yep. Yep, Miss Barb says she does not ever leave her cigarettes behind. Yep. I would probably be more likely, honestly, back when I was smoking cigarettes, I would be more likely to just leave my purse behind and grab my cigarettes first. My cigarettes were always the first thing that I either grabbed, or they were the first things that I checked in my purse to make sure that I had my cigarettes with me in my purse before I left. And now I'm the same way with the vape. I always make sure I have my vape with me. Yep. Seahawks fan says I don't smoke cigarettes, but I never leave a purse behind. Yep. Yeah. See, that's me. I would lose it. Jody says, I never carry my purse unless leaving because I leave it everywhere. Yeah, me too. Yeah, Mr. Arlene says, I can see a lady leaving her purse to step outside and smoke, but to leave the home, no. Yep. Thank you, Mustang. Absolutely. Justice for Timmy D's. And in honor of Timmy D's, because green is Timmy's color, and for since it is Valentine, or I can't want to say Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, feel free to fill up the chat with some green hearts for Timmy. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, as Arda said, if he's advocating for the use of psychics, he's probably only ever tracked Dorothy to the land of Oz, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, I've never put a whole lot of stock in psychics, you know. We'll get caught up and we will move on. Now, I didn't think about that. Arctic says, every time a pregnant girl goes missing, my mind goes to cases like Ashley Bush, where they were unalived for their baby. I did not think about that. That's another possibility. And then what I say, the alleged father of the baby, who was 14 years older, says, nope, not my baby. We were just neighbors. Didn't do it. Don't know nothing. And that could that could absolutely be true, but just makes you think. Red flags. Yep, Miss Paula is definitely a Patriots fan. 6-time Super Bowl champs. Oh my goodness. See, you're gonna have to give me, because I'm a little slow. I'm used to seeing Tandy. So Seahawks fan is Miss Tandy. I'm sorry, Miss Tandy. Hello, Miss Tandy. Welcome. Oh, y'all got to quit confusing me like that. Welcome, Miss Tandy. Good to have you here. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't even think, because I can't see off my computer the pictures. So anyway, welcome, Miss Tandy, Seahawks fan. Well, we have royalty in the house. Hello, Mr. Steve. Hello, everyone. Just Mr. Steve is wandering around in the dark. Mr. Steve, don't be wandering around in the dark. Come in with us. Sit and chat a while, or listen for a while. I'm sure most everybody here knows who Mr. Steve and Mrs. Steve is. True Crime Web. We all love Mr. Steve around here. Mr. Steve is awesome. Please do check out his channel. Mr. Steve is a former law enforcement, former CSI. He's done anything and everything you can do in law enforcement and CSI work. Now he has the True Crime Web Foundation. He goes out, boots on the ground with his team to help families in cold cases, missing persons, whatever he's needed for. And I think he said, I didn't finally make it back to his live last night that he was doing about the Bridge Guy video, Richard Allen video. And I think he said he was going to be going back out on the road for a few weeks. So thank you for stopping in, Mr. Steve. Good to have you here, and safe travels when you do go back out on the road. I just love it when Mr. Steve pops in. Absolutely. Yep, everybody's saying hi to Mr. Steve. Absolutely. There, Arctic, thank you. There is the link to True Crime Web. There's Honeybee. Hello, Miss Honeybee. How are you doing? Hey, y'all, stopping by to leave a like and a love. Thank you. Thank you so much. Always good to see Honeybee. Oh, Sandy says they jumped ramps on their dirt bikes. Yeah, we just had our Huffies. Huffies were big back in the 70s and 80s. Schwinn. We had our little Huffies, and yeah, we would get like a 2x4, because out on the farm, there's always some kind of lumber laying around. And for some reason, always a lot of cement blocks. So yeah, we would put a couple of, if we could find them, at best, we would have like maybe 2x4s and a couple of cement blocks. And and even if we only had like one 2x4 and one cement block, boy, we would. It's a wonder none of us broke any bones or broke our necks doing that, because we wiped out many times, but we just got lucky. Never broke any bones. Oh, that's 70s and 80s kids for you. Jody says we used to do stupid things on bikes in the 60s. Every kid, doesn't matter what age you are, decade, has done at least one thing stupid. Thank you, ma'am. Honeybee says she loves my green sparkles. Yes, now I want to say I almost said Halloween. I cannot get the I can't get the right holiday. St. Patrick's Day. And also, once again, the green can be in honor of Timmy. Absolutely. Oh, Miss Barbara says she was talking about the bikes. Miss Darlene says she hated riding on the handlebars. Oh, I know. Mustang says, "Hey, Mr. Steve, good to see you. Don't trip over a mannequin in the dark." Are you out trying to get Dave in your high beams, Mr. Steve? Dave is out listening and driving. Tomboy says, Tandy got to wear her own personal leprechaun top hat today to work. Oh, I bet that was so cute. I would love to see a picture of that. Yeah, Arctic says, we need a picture. Absolutely. Well, that's talent. Tomboy says, I rode on the handlebars, but I could pedal backwards. I could barely pedal forwards. Almost caught up. There's Miss Miranda. Hello, Miranda. Good to see you, my dear. Says hello, Southern Gal. Love to you, my friend. Love back to you also, ma'am. Good to see Miranda. Mustang says I can ride a bike with no handlebars. Oh, Mr. Steve says I shudder at things that I found in the dark. Oh, I bet. I bet. Bless you for the things that you've seen. Miss Paula says, was he planning on getting caught? Who are you talking about? I may be behind. I need to oh no, Miranda's already on my channel. Okay. Yes. Miranda says she tries to encourage everyone to quit smoking and vaping. I understand. I do. Yep. I just cannot imagine the things that Mr. Steve has had to see. Hey, Miss Heather Brown. Good to see you, my dear. She says she is like number 23. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't forget if you haven't already. If you're here watching live or watching replay, once again, thank you so much. We love our replay crew and our lurkers. Please do hit the like button. Supposedly, it gets into the algorithm, YouTube algorithm, and pushes it out to more people, which is the most important thing to get this information about these cases out to as many people as possible. And that is what we are here to do. So I'm just making sure nobody else has snuck in on me, and we will move on. Thank you so much for all the green hearts. Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful. See, Tandy says she can ride with no hands. Y'all are talented, more coordinated than I am. Thank you guys for all the wow, lots. Thank you so much. Green hearts for Timmy. Thank you, Honeybee. Says, well, I left my like and love and hugs later, lovely alligators. Thank you, ma'am, for stopping in. Absolutely. You are more than welcome, Miss Barb. Miss Tandy's got her green hearts. Just make sure nobody has any more questions or comments on the ones we covered so far, and then we'll get on to the next. Make sure I didn't miss nobody else has snuck in on me. Like Miss Tandy came in burrito, incognito. You're in burrito. Isn't that what was it Beavis and Butthead said that? He is in burrito. Yes, our national treasure. We have our very own national treasure. Absolutely. There is another one of our favorite people. Hello, my lady. How are you doing? Mom, Mind the Monsters is here. Definitely check out Mom. I was just talking earlier. I got to catch. I'm going to have to watch the rest on replay crew. You and Far with your Australian theme live stream and the other live stream you did yesterday. Have to watch both of those. Oh, welcome, welcome. Please, if you haven't already, I think as Mom would say, if you're not subscribed to Mind of Monsters, what are you doing with your life? Thank you, Miranda, for getting links in. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. We got 21 people here. Wow. Thank you so much. I better quit babbling, but I just want to always make sure that we welcome everybody in, get everybody's comments in. Thank you, Miranda's getting more links in. Jody says we rode off the roof one time. Oh, the next chill live stream we have, I'm going to have to, I never did that, but my two the younger brothers, I could tell you some tales about things that those two did. Craziness. And they both popped in here before. We got Echoes, who is the middle brother, Brian, and then Daniel, my youngest brother. He pops in usually when we do our fun live streams. He'll come in and hang out with us. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, Tomboy says I broke my wrist in 3 places riding jumps when I was 6. Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you. Arctic says consider helping Mr. Steve with his amazing work. That is the link to the website, foundationtruecrimeweb.com. Thank you, Arctic. Let's see. You sent a picture to Arctic. Well, Arctic's going to have to send it to me. I want to see it. Is it of the hat, the top hat? I want to see that. Thank you. Sunday says your shirt is fire. Is it sparkling on the I don't know how I'm using my phone camera or phone camera phone. I didn't know if the sparkle was coming through. It's definitely sparkly. It's all sequined. All sequined. And I don't wear green a lot, but I do like this shade I like darker shades of green. So I do like this shade of green. Okay, Ms. Paula says, and I was talking about leaving the cigarettes behind and I hate smoking. Absolutely. I don't blame you. Arctic says, I shudder at the thought of what Mr. Steve might find behind the dumpster at Chili's in the dark. Oh, you and me both. See, that's the way I used to be. I still am with the sweet tea. Mom says, my mama didn't raise no quitters. Bury me with the sweet tea and a pack of Reds. Yeah, I got to be buried with my sweet tea. If I knew that, we would all be rich. Mom says, I have a question. The lottery winners numbers. Oh, we were talking about psychics earlier. Somebody find a psychic to give us the lottery numbers. Thank you, Miss Darlene. Thank you for being here. Miss Darlene says, I've got to go rest now. Bye, everyone, for now. I hope you get to feeling better, get some rest. Absolutely. We love having you here. All right, I promise we're fixing to get back into, yes, Far was amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, Miranda says, not Chili's. Mr. Steve goes to Waffle House. Absolutely. Oh, God, Chris, you would not want to know what is found behind Walmart dumpsters. I worked at a Walmart for 15 years. I don't think we ever found any deceased individuals behind or in any of the Walmart dumpsters. Yeah, I laughed about that. Marianne said, I thought Dawn's brother was a troll before. Yeah, when Echoes, Brian came in one night, because he always gives, has to tell the story of me throwing the brush at him. And Miranda thought he was a troll. That's all right. And Miranda's on the ball. Miranda's keeping us safe around here. But yeah, no, he says he's my troll. Mr. Steve says, none of my first tries on bicycles, mini bikes, or motorcycles ended up well. My older siblings were homicidal and found great enjoyment in my crashes. Oh, goodness. Hey, that's what siblings are for. Thank you, Miss Barb. Jody says, who's Mr. Steve? Mr. Steve is True Crime Web. Please do. You probably, somebody's probably already told you, but yeah. Check out True Crime Web. I believe somebody, 2 or 3 people have thrown in the link. He is a wonderful creator, wonderful human being, former law enforcement, former CSI. Now he goes out free of charge through the True Crime Web Foundation to help families with their missing loved ones, getting justice for loved ones. Hey, Dirty Diana, good to have you here. Good to see you. Yep, there you go. Miranda's got it all more eloquently than I can. Yeah, Mr. Steve said they built character. Yep. Almost caught. Just when I think I'm getting caught up. Let's see. Yep, the True Crime Web Foundation. Yep, there's his link. Absolutely. Oh yeah, the car show. That is the first weekend. I keep forgetting. Mom says, Mr. Steve, I would love for you to stop by the car show. Ruckus is coming by. I can't wait to meet him. Yes. Mom, put in any links, any information about the car show. Absolutely. Yes, Mr. Steve is and has been helping Miss Barb with Timmy's case. Absolutely. Where was this at? Miss Tandy says, Arctic, did you hear about the 5-year-old autistic boy that went missing last night at 7 p.m.? All right, I'm going to mark right there so we can get on to the next. Okay. So the car show is on April 4th and 5th, Orlando, Disneyland. The flyer is on all of her socials. So Mom is on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I don't know what other. I just know she's on those 3. She's probably on some more, but thank you, Miss Jody. Sub to Mr. Steve. All right. I'm gonna mark right. Oh, Mom says, Tandy, I'm not sure if you're talking about the same one, but there was one found in the water. Oh, I hate to hear that. Oh, Mr. Steve said he is still working on dates for initial cold case trips through the Midwest. Oh yeah, she's on the tick of the talks. And the Book of Faces and the I don't know what you call Twitter or X. Okay, Miranda says April 5th is also Abby and Libby Memorial Walk. Thank you. Oh goodness. Arctic says he has been found deceased. I posted an update on my community page. Oh, I hate it. Where was that at? Okay. Was it in Florida? All right. Okay. So I am going to mark right here. So it won't bore people to death. So next we have Jan Andra. Let me get a drink right quick. I've done too much blabbing. Let me get her information up right quick. Let me find it. I've got too many bookmarks on my computer. Okay. Jan Andra Cotta went missing on June 26, 1973 from Wall Township, New Jersey. She's a white female. She was just 19 years old when she went missing. She'll be 70 years old as of 2025. Sorry, my nose is itching. She has brown hair and blue eyes. She may use the alias Jane Andrea Cotta. She suffered temporary hearing loss due to measles when she was a child, and she had to wear a hearing aid for 3 months, but she overcame her deafness. She has previously fractured her left wrist and lower left arm. She has a mole on her lower right cheek. She is club-footed on her left foot, and the foot would turn inward when she was tired. She also has a lazy eye that would droop when she was 3, or when she was tired or getting a cold. Her teeth were in poor condition in 1973, and she had no dental work. She was last seen wearing a white shirt with a blue design, blue Land Lubbers jeans, brown loafers, a plain gold ring with the initials JAC, and a gold ring set with a blue topaz birthstone and 2 diamonds. And she was carrying a round tweed purse. So once again, we have another. She was 5 to 7 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance. She was asthmatic, and she may also have epilepsy. So she had a lot of stuff going on top of being pregnant. What did I say? 5 to 7 months pregnant. Jan was last seen inside a barn tack house on her family's property in the Allenwood section of Wall Township, New Jersey on June 26, 1973. Her brother and a friend saw her sometime between 11:30 p.m. and midnight. A vehicle was heard driving away from the farm, and afterwards, Jan was discovered to be missing. After that, she has never been seen or heard from again. Jan has 7 siblings, and she was described as an avid equestrian who won awards in riding competitions. She was active in the 4-H club and also attending riding classes at the Morven Park International Equestrian Institute in Leesburg, Virginia, and the Princeton Riding Academy. It says that she was not involved with any illegal substances, and she did not even drink alcohol at the time of her disappearance. The identity of her unborn baby's father is unknown, at least to, I'm assuming, family, friends, anybody besides her. She wrote a letter to God before she went missing and referred to the baby's father, but she did not say what his name was. In the letter, she stated that she was giving 3 of her favorite horses to a friend. Authorities believe that she left her of her own accord, at least initially. So in August of 1973, a newborn baby was found abandoned in a mailbox on a horse farm in Jefferson Township, New Jersey. The farm belonged to the friend that Jan gave her horses to, and the baby was born around the same time that her baby was due. Due to these circumstances, there was speculation at that time that the child was hers, but DNA tests disproved this theory, so it was not her baby. Jan's parents both passed away in the years following her disappearance, but her siblings are still searching for her, and her case remains unsolved. So it's just another, once again, we have not only the person missing, we have 2 people missing, and we have Jan, and we have her unborn baby. So if you have any information, you can call the Wall Township Police Department at 732-449-4500. And I do have, I believe, an article for her. Get another quick drink. This article is from, when is it from? July of 2023, so just a couple of years ago. And it's from NBC News. The Cotta family is large, 8 siblings to be exact. It went Jan, Robin, Brian, Doug, Tracy, Jay, Kevin, and then Chris. Jay told Dateline, "We weren't a very elaborate family. We didn't have a lot of money, but we all stuck together, and we still do." Jay said the siblings have always been close and over the years have grown even closer. Together, they have been trying to figure out what happened to their eldest sibling, Jan. She disappeared when they were all just kids on the night of June 26, 1973. Andrew and Dorothy Cotta raised their 8 children in Wall Township, New Jersey. Jay recalled it was the purest you could get. It was all horse farms, farm living kind of thing. So once again, I grew up on a farm, still live on a farm, so I can relate to that. In fact, the family lived on a horse farm. Jan's sister Robin told Dateline, "We fought like normal kids. We grew up very happy, and we didn't have much." To Jan, living on the horse farm was a dream. Jay remembers that she was a big horse person. She rode a lot. She was in a lot of horse shows. But Jan was no ordinary equestrian. Jay said his sister was highly skilled. He says she won several awards. She was also a substitute for the equestrian team for the U.S. back in the day. Robin also recalled the love her sister had for horses. Jan, quote, "knew a lot of people through the Horse Association." Robin said, adding that her sister was just a typical teenage girl growing up, but she was more mostly interested in her horses. On the night of June 26, 1973, Jan was in the family's barn. Jan's brother Brian told Dateline, "Me and the guy I was hanging out with, we heard noises at the barn like the horse was kicking something. So we walked up there and noticed that the light to the tack room was on." Excuse me. Brian said he and his friend went into the tack room and saw Jan sitting there. I went back up to where my sister was, and she asked me to leave because the guy she was seeing at the time pulled in. And then he said, and we left. And this was the last time anyone saw 19-year-old Jan. Jay Cotta says, "I think it was my mother who within 24 hours made notification to the police department. That's when they came out and asked a bunch of questions." The Wall Township Police Department arrived at the scene. Dateline spoke with Detective John Spinapont and Lieutenant Michael Seitz with the Wall Township Police Department. Detective Spinapont told Dateline that at the time, quote, "the whole property was searched, nearby areas, friends' houses, places she had visited, and that, quote, all of her equestrian friends and sites that she visited throughout the year were also looked into." According to Lieutenant Seitz, it was soon determined that Jan may have initially left on her own. He says there was evidence that suggested that she had planned to leave the area. I don't know for how long, but there were steps that were discovered, or evidence that was discovered, that had indicated that she was planning to go somewhere. So one of the pieces of evidence was a note left in the tack room the night that Jan vanished. Jan's siblings told Dateline that they vaguely recall what the note said. Her sister Robin recalled, "I remember the letter. It said, quote, it's very sad to love someone and not be," and then the rest of the sentence is lost. Her brother Jay says, "I do recall some of the stuff. It made it sound like she was going to, he says, off herself." I'm assuming he meant take her own life. And there was a lot of apologetic issues involved with that, but no names. While there weren't any names mentioned, there was one thing in the letter that Jan's family said they had no idea about prior to her disappearance. Brother Jay says, "I think we found out she was pregnant from the letter." So that is something. So he says in 1972, that was frowned upon, right? So I don't know. She just kept that hush, 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 or decided not to tell anybody. Jay says he believes his sister's Jay said he believes his sister's case could go either way. He says, quote, there's two theories. One, either she was too embarrassed to say anything and decided to run away, or we believe, quote, we believe the father-to-be was from a very affluent family up in Homedale, and therefore they were embarrassed, Jay said, and might know where Jan went. Jay told Dateline he believes the father-to-be was Jan's boyfriend at the time, who Jan had told her brother Brian that she was waiting for in the tack room the night that she disappeared. According to police, the boyfriend was looked into. Lieutenant Seats told Dateline during the initial case, it was believed to be an acquaintance, a boyfriend of hers. He was interviewed and denied being there, and he denied picking her up that night. So I don't know how far they went to confirm the alibi. The lieutenant said investigators also looked into the possibility of Jan being pregnant. He said that lead was heavily exhausted and continues to be exhausted. It says foul play is not suspected in Jan's disappearance. Detective Spinapont says all signs do kind of lead towards she left willingly. But the detective said that doesn't mean that they are giving up trying to find her. He says we've been going through past data, trying to find new ways and attempting to identify if she is still alive. If other people will cooperate and speak to us and just see if there's anything they didn't remember at the time or do remember and forgot to tell us. Jan's family told Dateline they don't plan on giving up either. Andrew and Dorothy Cotta, the parents, have both since passed away. The weight of losing their firstborn always on them. Robin was one of the siblings, says it was just absolutely devastating. My parents got divorced. As far as the kids were concerned, I don't think it, other than emotionally, I don't think it impacted us as far as relationships were concerned, but it did have a toll on my parents. And that unfortunately happens in a lot of these cases. And while it's too late for Jan's parents, the siblings are not giving up looking for answers. Jay says, we are not letting it go. So once again, at the time of her disappearance, Jan was 5'4" tall, 118 pounds, had brown hair and blue eyes. She was wearing blue Land Lubbers jeans, a white shirt with a blue design, brown loafers. She had a plain gold ring with the initials JAC and a gold ring with a blue topaz birthstone with 2 diamonds. And she was also carrying that round tweed purse. So anyone, once again, with information about Jan's disappearance is asked to call the Wall Township Police Department at 732-449-4500. Just another one. So that's what the second one tonight that we've had that have been pregnant. So that's, basically with just 2 cases, we have 4 people that are missing. All right. Let me get back into your comments. Thank you so much. We have 23 people here. Thank you so much to everybody coming in. I'm going to have to get back down in comments because I know some people snuck in on me. Thank you, everybody who has come in. I appreciate it very much. 22 people or 23 people may not seem like for some channels to get excited about, but a small channel like mine, I appreciate if there was just one person here, I would be doing this, but I'm just blown away. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, so I am okay. Yeah, so Mom says she is on the Dead Bird, aka Twitter X, whatever the heck it's called now. Okay, so once again, the Abby and Libby Memorial, the march or Memorial Walk in Delphi, Indiana, at the Abby and Libby Memorial Park on April 5th. Oh, so that case y'all were talking about, and it was in Grand Prairie, Texas. That was the autistic. I can't talk tonight, guys. Even worse than usual. The one that they found in the water or deceased. I hate to hear that. So once again, it was over. Tomboy says an alert over 12 hours later after being reported missing, an autistic child. Shaking my head. There are a lot in Texas that are mad over that. Oh, I would be mad too, regardless of where it is. Absolutely. Because I could be wrong, but aren't autistic children drawn to water? I think that is what I've read and heard. It's just so sad. Chris said Jan Cotta's case time from when she went missing is red flaggish. Absolutely. I heard about that. Trigger warning. I forgot. I keep forgetting to put my crawler up. Hold on. I always forget to put my little ticker up at the bottom for content. 18 plus trigger warning content. Miranda says, Arctic, there was a headless body found near Memphis, Tennessee. I've been waiting for identification. Have you heard anything? I remember hearing about that, but I don't know if if any identity has been made. Okay, so Arctic says, all I heard is they believe it is an adult male. Wow. Not tonight. I usually do. Dirty Diana says, Southern Gal, are you drinking sweet tea since you're in the South? I usually drink sweet tea right now. Now, I did have my sweet tea all day. I hit when I was working, I hit a Sonic Happy Hour and got me my Route 44 sweet tea, but I have Coke now. I'm drinking Coke right now, but then I'll go back to sweet tea. I got to start drinking more water. I drink too much sweet tea and Coke. Oh, thank you very much, Heather Brown, with the $1.99, the heart. Thank you so much, ma'am. That is very much appreciated. So guess what? Let me find it. Almost did the wrong one. Here we go. Thank you so much, my dear. Very much appreciated. All right. Oh, everything jumped. Okay, there we are. All right. Make it through these comments and then we will move on. I'm the same. Mustang says I never sleep much, even when I was young. Well, now when I was younger, I slept all the time, but now the older I get, the less I sleep. Diana says I'm scared of horses. Yeah, we didn't on the farm here. The only time we had horses on the farm, because my grandparents and family raised crops and cattle, beef cattle. So the only time that we would have horses was when they were rounding up the cattle to either give them their vaccinations or to I don't want to offend anybody who doesn't eat meat, but to round them up. That's the only time we had horses. We had cows and chickens. My grandparents raised laying hens to sell the eggs back in the day, a long time ago. I'm sure you've probably done a video or a short or a flyer. Arctic says there's another young man named Jaden Thompson missing from Memphis, Tennessee. He's 17, looks a bit like Sebastian Rogers. I wonder if it's him. Do you have anything on Jaden? Oh, I'm sorry, that's Miranda was asking Arctic. I'm gonna have to look at that. Yes, Mr. Steve says, I have issues with any farm that has a missing friend with an unborn baby and later discovers a baby in the mailbox. We have a common denominator along with other evidence. See, I know. See that? I mean, what are the chances? And I'm like, turn my camera on while I'm preaching, or not preaching, but I mean, what are the chances? I don't know how big of an area, where is it at? Wall Township, New Jersey is, but what are the odds that you have? And I think I said what she was, 7 or 8 months pregnant. Wait, let me go back to make sure I'm not, I promise I'm gonna get to my point. Is this the right one? I'll make sure I have the right one. Oh, now my computer's. But what are the odds that, yeah, you have this girl, young lady that's pregnant, goes missing, and then sometime later they find a baby in the mailbox that just so happened to belong to the friend that the missing lady that was pregnant gave her horses to. Yeah, I wondered about that too, but I was like, but they said, and Mr. C might can explain, they said they had DNA proof that it wasn't her baby, but Mr. Steve is a DNA expert, so I don't know. He might can shed some light on that. But yeah, I wondered the same thing. I'm like, what are the odds? What are the odds that they're not connected? Okay, artists, I think I posted him to my community page, but I excuse me, but I haven't put a video out on him. Okay, Diana needs, it's probably already in there, needs the Arctic channel link. I'm sure somebody stuck it in there. Yeah, Arctic put it in. Yeah, Arctic agrees about the baby in the mailbox and I keep saying, what are the odds? What are the odds that it's not connected? It's just too coincidental. Mustang agrees. Hey, Charles, how are you doing? Good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing well tonight. Good to see you, buddy. Just get caught up in comments and we'll move on to our next case. Oh, you're Carlos tonight? Okay, so you want me to call you Carlos? All right, Carlos. Carlos is here. He says, hola. ¿Cómo está? We're fine. I'm fine. I think that's what what you're asking. I don't know. I have not brushed up on my Spanish lately. Welcome, Jammer. Good to see you here. It's a new name for me. Good to have you here. I'm glad you found us. Good to see new names and new faces in here. Or it could be like Miss Tandy was trying to trick me with her different name. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I'm just getting caught up. Miss Paula says, do they have a suspect? Not that they said. Oh, don't tell me that my... oh, there it is. I don't think that they have a suspect. Not that it said in the Charlie Project information or the article. Unless I just forgot reading the article. So if anybody else in chat heard anything, a mention of a suspect, just throw it in there. Why would you be in a bad mood, Carlos? You found a new song. What song did you find? Oh no, again. I'm so sorry. The same one. Let us know what we can do. Let us know what we can do. Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much. Diana sent a $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. Oh, I'll turn my camera on. Thank you so much, ma'am. Very much appreciated. So we get to put another moo cow in the pasture. Thank you so much, ma'am. That is very kind of you. I appreciate it very much. Yes, thoughts and prayers. Absolutely. Please do keep us updated if you find anything out. Good, bad, or indifferent. Otherwise, you know what I mean. I hope you find him well. Oh, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. You also. I've learned a lot from in the a little bit over 2 years that I've been doing my channel. I've learned a lot from, I haven't seen Dandy in a while, from Dandy Linus, from Mr. Steve, from Arctic, from Mom, from all these wonderful creators that I started watching before I even started my channel, about how to do things, how to do it right. It's just, and I appreciate you guys and gals so much, for everything that, and just members of the community, everybody who is, I've tried, at least I like to think I've learned. So I appreciate each and every one of you for all your continued support, your help, your words of encouragement, words of advice. I do listen, and take it to heart. So thank you so much. Yes, I'm ecstatic to see double digits in my chat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, thank you. You are too. You are too. Um, oh goodness. Carlos tonight says my parents saw him dragging a trash can out, and when they confronted him, he pulled a suitcase out of it and ran. How old is he? Is he adult, underage? I mean, it doesn't matter, but I mean, it would make a difference maybe if he was, if you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to, whatever information you feel comfortable divulging, fine. If not, fine. That's perfectly fine. Um, oh yeah, yeah. Diane asked also how old he was. Oh, Miss Paula, I hope you don't have nightmares. I don't like nightmares. I don't necessarily have a lot of nightmares. Maybe every once in a while, I just have really weird, bizarre dreams. I don't know. I don't know what causes them, but um. Okay, so he's 32, and he with severe mental issues, and he's unmedicated. Oh goodness. Okay. Is there, and once again, this is completely none of our business, so feel free to divulge or not divulge any information. Is there no way they can, what is a thing they can do where they can be involuntary placed on hold in the hospital? I don't know if that's an option or not or anything. I mean, I don't know the whole situation, so I don't want to be talking out of turn, but just whatever the case may be, I hope you find him safe and sound. Um, Tandy says she loves sweet tea, but drink water 24/7. Yeah, I drink water when I'm out working, except for my happy hour stop at Sonic. Let's see, let me get caught up. Yeah, I wonder where that cow came from. Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, the cow, the cash cow, the moo cow is courtesy of Mom. She made that for me, and I love it so much. Everybody loves it. It's everybody loves it. And she also made, I don't know if I take this down. She made my background that I use too. You can't see it right now, but you can see it usually at the beginning of my live streams. Okay, hold on. Let me remove myself and this for a minute so you can see the background. I promise I'll be right back. That is my background. I love that background. My dumpster fire. My dumpster fire. I love it. I lost my place. Hold on. Okay. Miss Tandy says hate and sweet tea do not belong in the same sentence. Oh, I gotta put my. I agree with you. What commandments are you talking about? Yep. Miss Barb loves the cow. Absolutely, I agree. Oh, did somebody say they didn't like, they hated sweet tea? I must have missed that. Um, Arctic says, yeah, he lives off Mountain Dew. Uh, so Mr. Steve says there was a DJ, what's DJ? Found headless in his residence last year in Memphis, and now another one. Uh-oh. Do we have a possible serial offender running around in Memphis? I've not been to Memphis in years. We used to go all the time back in the day, back in the 90s, early 2000s. And we go down to Beale Street. We go to concerts over there when they had Memphis in May. But I don't think you could pay me to go over there now. And when they had the NHRA came every year, drag racing, we would go to the drag races over there. But we have not been over there in years. The last time actually I was over there was 3 or 4 years ago when me and my sister-in-law and some of her friends went to the 90s concert with New Kids on the Block, and when all them came, we went. But we spent the night. We didn't drive home at night because it was just me and basically a bunch of girls. Me and my sister-in-law were riding together. But we spent the night and then came home the next day during daylight hours. Um, okay, so Miranda says thanks for the info to Mr. Steve. I'll look that up. That might be why there is no information being released. Yeah. Mm. I'm glad you're doing well, Carlos. Um, just getting caught up. Oh, thank goodness. Arctic says your internet has been phenomenal tonight. Thank you. I was worried because the last couple of days, 2, 3 days, it has just sucked. Pardon my French, sucked so bad. I was just so afraid. But then today, late last night, and then today, this morning before I went to work, I was trying to get everything done, finished, set up for the live tonight, and lo and behold, I got on here and because see, when I'm doing the live stream, I can't tell if if the audio quality is bad, if I sound like R2D2, or if it's pixelated. I can't tell. Only if I go back and watch the replay, I'm going, oh my God, it was horrible. But thank you for letting me know that the farm signal is doing well tonight. Thank you. Yeah, definitely L. Yeah, L. I can't talk. Email Arctic with whichever case you're talking about, whatever. Oh, for Charles's nephew. Oh, I'm sure there's people here who can make flyers if you can't make one, Charles. Absolutely. Hey, 4 hours is too long. 4 hours is too long. especially with mental health problems, and no meds. Can they not put a silver alert out for somebody with mental health conditions that's not on meds? Can they put a silver? Would that qualify? Or is it like the Amber Alert? Can they put a silver alert out? Yes, absolutely. My mom can make a flyer for him if you send a picture and his information. Absolutely. Hey, whatever we can do, Charles, let us know. Absolutely. Just send the information to Arctic. He can get it out to the rest of us, whatever you got, and I'll post it. Or all I have is YouTube and Facebook, but I mean, that's, anywhere and everywhere we can get it out to. Okay. He's 32, severe paranoid schizophrenic, that's unmedicated. Oh, goodness. And has diabetes and epilepsy. Oh, my goodness. Silver alert. Once again, I don't know the criteria for a silver alert, but in my opinion, that would be criteria enough. But what do I know? Thank you, Miss Tandy. Says, all right, kids, 5 a.m. comes early. Y'all have a good night. Stay blessed. Thank you, Miss Tandy, for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Always good to have Miss Tandy here, and Tomboy, and everybody. Everybody. All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And Arctic would know. Arctic said they should be able to do a silver alert with his mental health issues. That's what I was hoping. Thank you. Yes, the Baker Act. Diana says in Florida it's called Baker Act, but they got to find him first. That's true. That's true. That is true. Yep. Sleep well, Miss Tandy. Yeah, 72-hour hold. Thank you, Mustang. Good to have you here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Steve says, I always like starting my days off with Mrs. Steve saying, let me tell you about the weirdest dream I had last night. It's probably dreams of them, your creepy mannequins. That would give me nightmares. If anything would give me nightmares besides spiders and clowns and dolls, it would be your creepy dolls. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, Miss Farr. $5 Australian. Love the cow and the dumpster fire. Thank you so much. Yes, once again, both are courtesy of Mom. So we get to put another cow in the pasture. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're an angel. You're an angel. All right, let me get caught up and yes, absolutely. Dana says Memphis has become so dangerous the past 10 years. Yeah. And because we only live about, depending on how fast we drive, hour and a half drive or so to Memphis. I think I'm just about caught up. All right, I'm gonna pause right there and get back into our next case, which is a baby, a little baby, Jaron Case Harris. Let me find his information. And I don't think I was able to find. I'm going to have to find that. Mom mentioned in one of her lives a couple of days ago about I think it was during the Salem witch trial, the Wayback Machine. You're going to have to, I'm going to have to learn about this Wayback Machine to see if it'll help me find articles about some of these older cases. I don't know even if that's what it's used for, but anyway, it'll be helpful. So this is Jaron Case Harris. He has been missing since June 23rd, 2002 from Irvington, New Jersey. He's a black male. He was just 2 years old when he went missing. He would be 25 years old today, and the smaller picture is age progressed of him to age 18. So when he went missing, he was 3 feet tall, 32 pounds. Just, I can't even look at that baby face. I just want to cry. He has brown hair and brown eyes. He has a circular scar on his inner right forearm, a scar on the inside of his upper left arm, a scar over his right eyebrow, and a birthmark on his lower back. He is right-handed. This is my right hand. I'm left-handed, so I just automatically go with the left. He's right-handed. His nicknames are Fat Boy, Fat Man, Pooh, and Papa Baba, and he has previous fractures to his shoulder and wrist. So you're wondering about, I also wondered about all these fractures. Granted, 2-year-olds are, terrible twos, rambunctious toddlers, but when you hear this, and I think just in my opinion, once again, not blaming because we don't know, but just from this trolley project information, I've kind of formed a theory, or actually 2 theories, on what might have happened. Once again, it's nothing proven, but I'll read it and I'll let you guys make up your own mind. So he was last seen wearing a Pampers diaper with Muppets characters on it. He had a cast on his right leg, and I keep this in mind. He had a cast on his right leg that extended from his knee to his toes. It had writing on it. It said, get well soon, fat boy. So his right leg was fractured when he disappeared. He had I'm going to try to pronounce this without butchering it. Osteogenesis imperfecta, which is a rare disorder. So that would, I forgot about this part, that would account for the broken bones. It is a rare disorder which causes brittle bones that could break easily. So yes, that does clear up a little bit of the mystery about all the broken bones. And it says he may be in need of medical assistance, obviously. So Jaron was last seen sleeping in his bed, which was on the second floor of his home on 40th Street in Irvington, New Jersey, at around 1 a.m. on June 23rd, 2002. He disappeared in the early hours of the morning while his teenage sister, Laelsa, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, Laelisa, Laelisa, was watching television downstairs with her boyfriend. I'm just going to call him Gregory. The family searched the house before reporting Jaron's disappearance to police at around 5 a.m. that morning. Jaron lived with his grandmother and 8 other people, including his sister. I can't say it. I'm just going to call her Elisa. At the time of his disappearance, he had been taken from the home of his mother, Janet, on May 31st after she was arrested on charges of child assault, abuse. So Janet, the mother, was still in police custody at the time that Jaron disappeared. The charges against her were dropped after his disappearance, as it was determined that Jaron could have sustained his injuries, which could be possible entirely, as a result of his bone condition rather than from abuse. So authorities do not believe that Jaron was taken by either of his parents. And they say it is also unlikely, an understatement to me, it is also unlikely that he wandered away from the home due to the broken leg. Remember I said his leg was in a cast from his knee down to his toes. Due to the broken leg, which limited his mobility, and due to the fact that he has not been found. So police have stated that Jones McCrae, and let me remind myself, okay, So Gregory Jones, since they gave us like Gregory Jones McRae was the sister's boyfriend who was downstairs. They were downstairs watching TV when Jiron disappeared. So I lost my place. So Gregory Jones McRae has not been cooperative in the investigation. He has not been charged in connection with Jiron's disappearance, however. Jiron's 4-year-old cousin who shared a bedroom with him says that, and I don't know if he was 4 years old, so I don't know if he made this statement when he was 4 years old or he just, when he was older. So Jiron's 4-year-old cousin who shared a bedroom with him says that a Caucasian man and an African American man abducted Jiron. So Jiron's parents do not believe that he was abducted. However, Janet believes, and Janet's the mother, that there was an accident in the home that night and that Jiron disappeared or was, I hate to use the word disposed of. He just disappeared. There was an accident and he disappeared as a result. So most of the people in Jiron's house the night that he vanished have not been ruled out as suspects in his disappearance, but there is little evidence available in the case. So nobody has been, I'm sure that they've been questioned, talked to, hopefully. His case remains unsolved. So if you have any information on this case, you can call the Irvington Police Department at 973-399-6603. And I don't think I was not able to find any additional information. But like I said, this was a lot of information. And if all this was, again, sometimes Charlie Project can be a little sketchy, but sometimes Charlie Project is all that we have to go on. But just with this little information, I just want to hear what your guys' theories are about what could have happened, and then I'll chime in with what, and it's just pure speculation, theories. Nothing wrong with responsible theories and speculation. Now, when you get to going crazy, that's a different story. But we can use we're all smart here. We can use our critical thinking skills to think what might have happened, what could have happened. All right. I'm going to get back down in your comments. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Okay, so are you talking about Charles's nephew's artist? Says most states can also issue them for people with health concerns. Diana says Silver Alert does say mental disabilities. Okay, so his name is Brandon Tyler Godwin. And remind me again, Charles, where you're at. Well, there's me, no Dino. Hello, Dino. Good to see you. Mino Dino's another one of our night owls. Hangs out with Dave on his Dave and all the rest of us on Dave's stream. Good to see you here, buddy. Diana, do you have a blizzard from was it Dairy Queen? That Dairy Queen blizzard? Oh, you're so making me want one right now, and I can't eat dairy products anymore. Apparently, I become lactose intolerant in my old age. Let's see. Just looking for questions and comments about the case. Oh, Miss Farr, Gifted 1 Southern Gal True Crime membership. Thank you so much, Far. You're an angel. You're an angel. So we get to put another cow in the pasture. Thank you so much once again, my dear. It is greatly appreciated. Yeah, we got the cow again. Yep, and I'll go back again when we get done and go back through because we have a lot tonight. I'll go back through them at the end and give everybody another moo cow. Let's see. So Charles says he does not have the suitcase. So did you find the suitcase somewhere? Charles says he does not have the suitcase now either. I'm Irish. Everybody's saying they're Irish. We're like 50s because my brother Echo submitted his DNA to one of the ancestry sites, and we knew obviously we were on my dad's side Irish heritage because our great grandparents came over, or great came over during the potato famine. But when he submitted his DNA, it came up like 56 or 57% Irish, and then the rest was because on my mom's side we have European from my grandma, my paternal grandma, and then German and Native American from my paternal grandpa. So we're just a Irish, European, German, and Native American. All right, I'm just getting down through here. Oh, Charles has German too. Yeah, my grandpa. Well, we always called it that Williams temper. He was the nicest, kindest man in the world. Would do anything for you, but man, when he got mad, he got mad. Of course, he was from Georgia, so that might have a lot to do with it. I've heard some things about people from Georgia. Just saying, because I have family from my dad's side of the family came from Texas, and mom's side of the family came from Georgia. So I have some Longhorn in me. I got some Bulldog in me, and then of course Razorback. I don't know what kind of combination is that to have a Longhorn, Bulldog, and Razorback in you. I don't know I don't know if that's a good combination or not. All right, getting down through here. Charles, you're cracking me up. Miss Barbara says Irish and German. Charles says Irish, German, Seminole, and Cherokee. Yeah, we have Cherokee, and we've always heard the stories, the legend that's come down is that my grandpa's grandmother was a full-blooded Cherokee princess. We know she was full-blooded Cherokee. Now, we don't know if the princess part is true, but she was definitely a full-blooded Cherokee. She was beautiful. I've seen pictures of her, and then somebody took one of the pictures and did a drawing. I can't even remember who did it. Did a drawing of her that's still hanging up in my grandparent. Well, my uncle lives in the house now because both my grandparents have passed, but that picture is still hanging up in the house. I know we're getting so off subject and we're only 3 hours, but that's okay. Just looking for. I love getting caught up with you guys in chat. Dino says he's just plain old American. Well, that's all we are. All of us are just plain old American. The melting pot. None of us are pure except for the Native Americans that were here from the beginning. Or this says he's German, Irish, and French. So I'm pretty much always at war with myself. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Now, Charles wants to know if he's a lizard person. Possible. That is, okay, so, yeah. Back to the subject at hand, and then we'll get back to a couple comments, or we'll get to the next case. Okay, so on this case, so just from the facts that we know, just from the Charlie Project information, there were, let me go back just to make sure I get it right. He was last seen sleeping on this bed with his 4-year-old cousin, second floor of the apartment. He had a cast on his leg from knee to toe. So unlikely that he would get up and just wander away by himself. And there was like, what, 8 people in the house at the time. One of his sisters and her boyfriend were downstairs watching TV. So and please, once again, let me know in the comments. The 2 possibilities I've come up with is, although I don't see, to me, the first one to me is more unlikely, just in my unprofessional opinion, that a stranger did come in with 8 people or more in the house, 2 of them downstairs watching TV, somehow snuck into the house, snuck upstairs, kidnapped him, and made it out of the house without anybody noticing, unless they were just passed out, sleeping, unaware of what was going on. Or that was, I believe, was mentioned in the Charlie Project. They said that the sister's boyfriend has been uncooperative. Let me get down to that part. So police have stated that Gregory Jones McRae, who was the sister's boyfriend, has not been cooperative in the investigation, but once again, he has not been charged with anything. So we had the possibility that the stranger, like I said, came in with all these people in the house, took the boy and left, took him and left. Or it was made mention that maybe an accident happened and he unfortunately passed away and someone in the house took him away. Now, I'm sure you guys, I could be overlooking something, but those are my 2 possibilities. Because in my opinion, it would just be, with so many people in the house, at least 2 awake downstairs watching TV, that a stranger could just come in the house, kidnap him, and leave without anybody noticing. To me, that's just, I don't see it. I just don't see it. It happens, but usually when everybody's asleep, there's maybe the parents and just the children in the house. Somebody can sneak in, take the child and leave. But with that many people in the house, at least 2 people awake, 2 stories, he would have to go, unless they got a ladder and climbed in through a window, come in, go up the flight of stairs, grab him, get down the stairs, out the house without anybody noticing. But that, like I said, that's just my opinion. My opinion. All right. But yes, Paula, it is possible. I mean, anything is possible. Absolutely. But to me, that would be lower, in my opinion, just in my thinking, would be kind of lower down on the list. Yep, I've heard that. Diana says a lot of people do become lactose intolerant when they get older. Yeah, I can't eat. I can barely eat cereal anymore. Eat cereal, eat ice cream, have a shake of any kind. Usually I love Sonic shakes, but I just can't do it anymore. Well, I can, but I pay for it the next day. Yes, we love it when new cows come to the pasture. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I saw your question. Is that the one you're talking about? About if he was kidnapped? Yep. I that's why I take my time. I know it takes up a little bit of time, but that's why I go through all, look at all the comments and try to find all the questions and comments about the cases we're talking about. But if I ever overlook one, Miss Paula or anybody, just ask it again, and I will find it and answer it to the best of my ability. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I might not want to know who is taking a shower. Um, oh, did he come back? Did your nephew come back, Charles? Is that who you said was in the shower? Wait a minute. Did I miss something? Um, I don't know, Miranda, but yes, I am. I don't know why. Don't ask me. And I know I turned my camera off, but I know you can still hear it through the. I apologize through the mic. Um, just some stuff been going on, real life. Nothing dramatic, nothing dangerous or shattering, but just stuff, life stuff. Mr. Steve says Georgia people are normal. I've been tested. Okay, good. So at least I know the Georgia that I have in me is normal. So you're saying it's the Arkansas and the I'm gonna put it on Texas. The Texas part of me is what makes me abnormal. Oh goodness. Uh, what did I say? Or you say? Are you listening to Southern Guy? Remember what I said the other day? Uh, Miranda says she thinks her ancestry is mostly Welsh and Scottish. I want to do one of those DNA tests and then upload it to GEDmatch. Yeah, I can't remember which one my brother uploaded his to. I know it might have been Ancestry DNA. I can't remember. 23andMe or whatever, whichever ones are out there. Oh, well, that's an okay. So Diana says about white people being from Germany and having a Cherokee princess grandparent. Well, my grandpa's ancestors came from Germany. He was born in Georgia, but yeah, he is a German descent on his. Let's see, I'm trying to think. It was his dad's side because his mom's side was the where the Cherokee comes in. Yes, that counts. Miss Barb says, I believe I'm the normal one in the family. Does that count? Yes, whatever you believe, Miss Barb. Um, Jody says native, Irish, German, French. Can't remember the rest. Uh, let's see. Getting caught up, and then we will move on. Oh Lord, it's been 3 hours. That's all right. That's all right. We had a lot of cases tonight. I had to pare it down to just 8 cases. I mean, New Jersey was just full of so many. Unfortunately, so many cases. Oh, let's see. That is another thought. Diana says it is sad, talking about Jaron, but with all those disabilities, what if the parents or family wanted to get rid of him? That is a possibility. That is a possibility. Oh goodness. Mr. Steve says, I don't know how much Native American is in my family, but my grandmother has an uncanny resemblance to Geronimo. Oh my goodness. Um, That's fine, Miss Paula. Yeah, that's why I take time here. I know it makes the live stream longer, but I don't want to miss any. That's why I concentrate on trying to go through the chat, so I don't miss any questions or comments. All right. Oh, that's what they tell all the about the heritage. Okay, I got you. I got you. All right. Yes, absolutely. Did everyone hit the like button? Okay, I'm caught up. So I'm gonna mark it there, and we will go on. This one is a non-family abduction, or classified as a non-family abduction. Okay, give me one more drink before I start reading again. Okay, so turn my camera back on. This is Margaret Ellen Fox. Should have already had her information pulled up. So Margaret, well, these are a lot of last 2 or 3 have been from June. So Margaret went missing on June 24th, 1974 from Burlington, New Jersey. This is classified as a non-family abduction. She is a white female. She was just 14 years old at the time she went missing. 5'2" to 5'3", 105 pounds, with brown hair and blue eyes. As you can tell by the picture, well, you can kind of. She has freckles. At the time of her disappearance, 2 of her top front right teeth were missing. She wears eyeglasses with hexagonal lenses, gold wire frames, and broken off temple and nose pieces. She was last seen wearing a light blue, long-sleeved, floral patterned blouse, which was squared at the top and flared at the waist, a black and white or blue and white checkered waist-length jacket. They even have bra size 34B bra, maroon flared jeans with a yellow patch on one knee, brown sandals with a heel strap, a gold necklace with flowers and a blue stone on it, and a gold charm bracelet with a round blue stone. And she was also carrying a brown bag and an eyeglasses case with a Huckleberry Hound design. So if you remember the old cartoon, which cartoon was Huckleberry Hound on? So Margaret was last seen in Burlington, New Jersey on June 24th, 1974. She was planning to go to High and West Broad Streets in Mount Holly, New Jersey, to have an interview with a man who called himself John Marshall. Margaret's younger sister accompanied her to the bus stop. She saw her get on the bus. Witnesses reported seeing her near Mill and High Streets after she got off the bus in Mount Holly, but after that, she has never been heard from again. So Margaret had advertised for a babysitting job, and this Marshall, and they have it in quotes, Marshall responded to the ad on June 19th. He told her that he needed a babysitter for the following weekend, but he postponed meeting her several times. Finally, he said he would meet her in a red Volkswagen. So he gave Margaret a telephone number to reach him, but this telephone number was traced to a public phone booth back when they still had phone booths in the 70s. Lost my place again. Okay, so this number was traced to a public phone booth at a supermarket in Lumberton, New Jersey. In the hours after Margaret was reported missing, police started recording all phone calls placed to her residence. And I do have, hopefully I can get it to play. I do have, or I don't, but I found a website. I think it's a law enforcement website that does have this ransom kidnapping phone call. So I'll play that. Don't let me forget. So in the hours after Margaret was reported missing, police started recording all phone calls placed to her residence. One was from a man who demanded $10,000 for Margaret's safe return. And it's just a very short, like 5 or 6 minute call clip. So in this call, he said, quote, $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. So very creepy. And when you hear the audio, it's even more creepy. So this caller has never been identified. It says you can listen to the call on this FBI. It's on the FBI website. So hopefully I can bring up, share the screen, because that would be easier to play it. So Margaret has never been heard from again. And John Marshall, once again, they have it in quotes, has never been identified. And apparently several other parents in the area complained that someone had attempted to lure their daughters with fake job offers. A suspect's 1976 confession to involvement in Margaret's disappearance was widely publicized, but it turned out to be a hoax. Margaret took piano lessons in 1974. She liked to ride horses. She graduated from St. Paul's Grammar School in Burlington 2 weeks before she vanished. Her parents are now deceased, but her siblings are still alive, and some do still live in the Burlington area, and her case remains unsolved. So if you have any information in Margaret's case, you can call the Burlington City Police Department at 609-386-3300. And I think I did, along with the audio clip, have an article. And this article is from, when is it from? June of 2022. I got all these ads. Says Margaret Ellen Fox, 14, was looking for a part-time job when she stepped off a bus near the intersection of Mill Road and High Streets in the city of Burlington 48 years ago. She was conducting an ordinary part of teenage life performed by many teenagers as the school year ends and the summer season begins. However, in Margaret's case, this routine became extraordinary since she has not been seen since. The City of Burlington Police Department and FBI have recently been pursuing what they call some leads regarding Margaret's disappearance, and this is according to Burlington Police Chief John Fine. The passage of almost a half century since Margaret vanished has not diminished law enforcement's ultimate goal in the case, bringing Margaret home to her family, alive, obviously, and preferably. But even if she is deceased, law enforcement still wants to bring her home. Chief John Fine said this is one of the biggest unhealed wounds in our community. He says, devoting time and resources to bring a 14-year-old girl back home, either to her family or to give a proper burial, I cannot find anything more important than that. Absolutely. I'm going to butcher this name. Justin Noder Francesco, the FBI agent in charge who works on Margaret's case out of the agency's Newark office, agreed. He says, we believe this case and cases like it is as important now as it was 50 years ago. It is important that we try to get as much closure for families as we possibly can. Many of Fine's colleagues on the Burlington City Police Department share the same sentiment. Many retired officers who worked this case still wonder what happened to Margaret. Unfortunately, many of the original investigators passed away not knowing the answers they worked so hard to get. We do the investigation in honor of them too. And that's another thing that I have to remind myself to stop and think about, is not only when, a family has a loved one goes missing, obviously it affects the family, the loved ones, the friends, but it also, and Mr. Steve can attest to this too, with his background and everything he's done, these investigators that work on these cases, I mean, they get their the good ones, which most 99.99% of them are, they are as much invested as the families are. I mean, and a lot of times these investigators become family, and they want just as much as the family does for these missing to be found. And it just, it affects them. It affects them. Like I said, I don't know if Mr. Steve's still here, but I mean, I just would imagine that, you know, he's had cases, or maybe certain cases or certain things that stick with him more, you know. Once again, I'm not trying to talk for Mr. Steve, but it's just, you know. All right. So, investigators who took part in the immediate aftermath of Margaret's disappearance knew what Margaret was wearing when she was last seen. And we went through everything she was wearing: jeans with a yellow patch, blue blouse, white and black checkered jacket, brown sandals, a gold necklace with flowers, a blue stone, a gold charm bracelet with a blue stone. These investigators also knew at the time Margaret disappeared, she stood 5'2" tall, weighed 105 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. These investigators would also soon learn that Margaret took the bus ride on that ill-fated day 48 years ago to meet a man she had spoken to on the phone several times before she disappeared. The man once again called himself John Marshall and said he was looking for a babysitter. He provided a phone number, told Margaret to look for the red Volkswagen, and when she got off the bus, after Margaret disappeared, authorities discovered the phone number the man gave her belonged to a payphone. This discovery cast doubts on the man's claim of needing a babysitter, according to a 1974 article in the Doylestown Intelligencer. Then, in late 1975, Charles Clobridge, a, quote, thin, gaunt-looking vagrant from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, who was under arrest for larceny in Norristown, said that, trigger warning, I know my banner's up there, but, so he said that he had strangled Margaret and threw her off a cliff in the mountains of upstate New York. So consequently, some 50 law enforcement officials spent that year's Thanksgiving weekend investigating Clobridge's claim. However, authorities eventually determined that Clobridge was in a hospital when Margaret first disappeared. And Clobridge also eventually acknowledged that his story was a lie, according to newspapers. And this is another thing that just burns me up. I mean, people who, false confessions, who, you know, hoaxing, just, it takes so many resources, and they lose so much more time in trying to actually, you know, go on credible information to find these missing. Anyway, it says the monetary expense and man hours were stupendous. Then Assistant Burlington County Prosecutor Paul E. Letterman said in an article. Burlington County Detective Neil Forte added, quote, the Fox case is back to where it was, still open. We have no knowledge of her whereabouts or whether she is deceased or alive. So the investigation has gone on for decades. 10 years passed, and 15 years. So in 1992, which was about 18 years after Margaret vanished, a girl's body was discovered in the Atlantic Highlands. Authorities put together a description of what the girl likely looked like when she was alive, and they said it was a near perfect match to Margaret. The only way a positive match could be made was through the Atlantic Highland girl's teeth. However, Margaret's dental records were lost in the years in between her disappearance and the discovery of the girl in the Highlands. Years of wondering if the Atlantic Highlands girl was indeed Margaret took 6 years to put to rest, when advances in forensic science allowed authorities to compare DNA samples. So those DNA tests eliminated any possibility the skeleton was Margaret's, according to the newspaper. So interest in Margaret's disappearance was renewed again in 2019. In that year, on the 45th anniversary of Margaret's disappearance, authorities released a recording of a phone call the Fox family received 4 days after Margaret disappeared. Fine explained the rationale for not releasing the recording earlier. He says, from what I understand through speaking with the original investigators, is that they didn't know if the audio was part of a hoax or opportunists trying to capitalize financially on the disappearance. In the recording, a voice that appears to be male says, $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. The caller never reached out to the family again after that. The FBI decided to release the audio recordings of the phone call in 2019 with the hope that it would generate positive leads for the case. The hope was someone would hear the recording and possibly recognize the voice of the man from the phone message. The release of the recording spurred leads that, quote, are still under investigation. Around the same time the recording was released, NCMEC released the age-enhanced image of Margaret that accompanies the story, and I think it's probably the same one that is on the slide, the smaller picture. So Susan Kennedy, NCMEC's Senior Program Manager of Outreach and Prevention, said the enhanced images are based on photos from various family members of Margaret. If Margaret is alive, whenever this article was written, it says she would be 62 years old. The New Jersey that exists on that last day Margaret was seen is different. The passage of nearly a half century since Margaret's disappearance complicates but does not end the search for answers in the disappearance of Margaret. Fine said, we are finding, unfortunately, is some people that would have been good to talk to are now deceased. And that's, once again, we all know the longer a case goes on, people's memories fade, they move away, they pass away, and you just lose any information that they might have had. Noto Francesco agreed that solving a case is almost 50 years old poses challenges. The reality with cases like this is they become extremely difficult to solve as time passes. However, the FBI never loses hope that these cases will eventually be solved. All it takes is one small tip from the public to solve the whole thing. What are we always saying, especially Mom and Arctic and everybody? You see something, say something. If you know something, say something. So once again, if you have any information about the disappearance of Margaret or know where she might be now, please contact the FBI's Newark office at 973-792-3000, the Philadelphia office at 215-418-4000, or the Burlington City Police Department at 609-386-3300. All right, that was a little bit long, but that's okay. So I'm going to see. Let me get a drink first, because I think I did remember to bookmark this. I'm going to see if it will let me screen share. Let me take this down. I'm hoping, since it's just audio, I know I can't play videos directly from my computer to here because my farm signal, but I'm hoping it will at least play the audio, because it's just about 5 or 6 seconds. All right, let me screen share it. Try to. Let's see if it's actually, it actually came up. Okay. So I'm just going to leave it like that. So this is from FBI.gov, and it was June 24, 2019. I'm not going to read the top part because it just goes over what we already know. But second paragraph says an audio recording from the hours after Margaret's disappearance is being released in an effort to find her abductor. Phone calls were being recorded at the Fox home in the hours after Margaret was reported missing. One call purports to be from a man claiming that he had Margaret in his custody and who demands money for her return. On the portion of the call that was recorded, the caller says, once again, because this clip does go by fast, but it says $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping. So make sure that it is turned up all the way. And please let me know if you can hear this. If not, I did screen record it, but I was having trouble getting it to the audio to play earlier on the screen recording. All right, so here we go. And I'll play it more than once if it works. So just let me know. I'll keep a look on your comments. So let me know if you can hear it. Here we go.
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
So did y'all hear that? If you have earbuds or something, you may want to put them on. But I'll play it again as soon as somebody tells me that they heard it or not. I could hear it in my ear. Can hear. Excellent. Okay, so I'm gonna play it a couple more times. Here we go again.
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
So I'm assuming that at the end, that's maybe her mother, because it sounds like she says, "Who is this?" or something like that. One more time.
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
Yeah, it sounds like her mom or whoever, a female says, "Who is this?" and then it hangs up. So is that not creepy? Okay, I'm just gonna do it one more time.
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
And to me, I mean, I'm I know what East Coast accents look like, but either he was trying to disguise his accent, but that accent doesn't really sound like and once again, I'm no expert on East Coast accents, but just for what I'm heard, but it's just, I don't know, maybe it's just the way the staccato voice that he's talking in. It just, I don't know. Just so whatever you guys, there's a gnat flying around me. So I'd just love to know what you guys think. Anybody, especially that lives on the East Coast, that knows the accents. All right, let me get back down to where I was at. Don't tell me I forgot to. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I thought I marked where I was at. Oh, there it is. Okay. Lots of comments. Let's see. Yeah, Arctic says she looked older than 14. Oh, she does. Dino says that this girl looks like the girl from the Lovely Bones. I have read that book and watched that movie. Yes, she does. I never thought about that. Let me take this down. Unless anybody wants to hear it again, I'll leave it up for a minute. But yeah, she does. She looks like the actress that played in the movie. Just making it through the comments. All right, Arctic. Arctic said he's going to be in the bushes lurking. His eyes are getting heavy. Thank you, my friend, for being here. Thank you for everything that you do. We love Arctic. Not that I know of, Paula. But it is classified as a non-family abduction. But as far as any suspects, let me go back to the Charlie Project information. I don't think it mentioned any. Let me find it. Oh, what am I doing? I almost messed up. Hold on, let me stop sharing that. No, cancel that. I don't know. I'm just pushing buttons, guys. Watch out. Put that back up there. Okay, let me go to the right tab. I mean, I'm sure that whoever made this phone call, which in my opinion, most likely a hoax, somebody trying to get money out of the family. But I mean, they said they followed up on that. Let me find it. Caller has never been identified and didn't say, see back in, when was this? 1974. I don't know if Mr. Steve is still here, but I don't know what kind of tracing they could do. If they could do any tracing that could, try to trace the call, where the call came from. And I know in the case before, they traced it back to, but I can't remember what year that one was. They traced it back to the payphone. I think that was in the 70s. So they traced it back to the payphone. So I don't know if they tried to trace that call back or not. But to me, the number one suspect obviously is this person who called himself John Marshall, who she had advertised for a babysitting job, and he called or whatever. Let's see. He called he postponed the meeting several times. Then he finally said he would meet her in the red Volkswagen. Am I on the right case? Oh yeah, yeah, that was the one that they traced back to the telephone booth. They were not able to identify that man. But to me, that man, whoever made that, John Marshall quotes, would be the number one suspect person of interest. They don't mention anyone else, but yeah, definitely this John Marshall or whatever his real name is. Diana says that must be a hoax. Are you talking about the call? Yeah, that's what I think. That call was just a hoax trying to get some money out, from the family. Oh, now Dino's going to. Are you going to go to a storm spotting class? Why hasn't her family declared her deceased? I don't know. Let's see. So her parents are deceased. Her siblings are still alive. I don't know why they haven't. Sometimes when they don't declare them deceased, it has something to do with, I don't know, maybe being able to get information about the case, or I don't know, it's something. Now, I don't know if declaring her legally dead would have any effect on them investigating the case or not. Thank you, Jody. Jody's probably already gone. I'm so behind. Thank you, Jody, for being here. Absolutely. Who are you talking to, Diana? I know y'all having conversations among yourselves, so I'm just looking for questions and comments. Okay, so Diana says he's got an accent, like, yeah, Jersey accent. Okay, cool. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think it was just the way he was talking, kind of like that staccato kind of way he was talking. I don't know if he was trying to maybe disguise his voice or accent or something. Um, I don't know if you're talking about the recording. What year did he call? He called in. Hold on 1 minute. Uh, I don't know if it exactly said, but it just said in the hours after Margaret was reported missing, police started recording all phone calls placed to her residence. One was from a man who demanded $10,000 for Margaret's safe return. Let me go back to that website and see if it well, hold on. Let me do it this way. Let me see if it said, okay. It says an audio recording from the hours after Margaret's disappearance. So apparently it was just hours after she disappeared. And she disappeared in, was it 70, 74? 74. So just hours after she went missing is when this phone call came. So that's interesting because, I mean, we know, we all know nowadays news with 24, was the digital age and news and things like this travel fast about people disappearing. So somebody that would want to do a hoax or try to get money could in a matter of minutes or hours do a hoax. But now in 74, now once again, I don't know how big this area is, Burlington, New Jersey area. But you would think well, I don't know, word of mouth, I guess, may have traveled that fast, but yeah, it was just hours. All right, let me get back down to where I was. Yeah, Miss Barb says that's crazy, but it happens a lot. You'd be surprised when you have a missing loved one. Oh yeah, it happens all the time, unfortunately. Heather says Indian, Arab. Yeah, it says $10,000 is a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping, is what he said. $10,000 is a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is buttered topping. Is the buttered topping. That's what he said. Diana says she thinks it's a Jersey accent. Yes, definitely creepy. I told you it was creepy. And I was listening to it at like 1 or 2 o'clock this morning in the dark by myself. And I was like, oh my God, are the doors locked? Hide the women and kids. Dean says somebody should recognize him talking like that. Yeah, it's a very distinct voice style. Heather says she loves that movie. Are you talking about the Lovely Bones? I do too. The book is very good too. Yep. Dana says they still have the call that clear sounding. Well, for sure they didn't have star 69 back then. Yep. I was surprised because when I first went to the FBI website where they gave first article I read had the link to the FBI website for the clip, and I was expecting to not be able to understand what it said, except for, it said, the article said what it said. But yeah, it's very, very clear. Dean says the phrase he said seems like something people would have recognized. Yeah, because I mean, I've never heard that particular analogy. That's particular saying. To me, it's very unique. Yeah, I think they did. Dana says, did they call money bread back in the 70s? I know at some point in time, I've always heard, money referred to as bread. Absolutely. Maybe back in, 60s, 70s. Really? Miss Barb says, you'd be surprised how many people called me for money, all different languages. That is horrible. That just burns my ass. Excuse my language. Yeah, absolutely. Sick people. Yep. Yes, ma'am. God will take care of them. Let God sort them out. Dean says he would have had to known them. That's what I thought too. Because, like I said, back in 1974, you didn't have the fast moving information from all the social media. But I mean, depending on how big this area was, it could have been definitely somebody that lived in that neighborhood, knew them, and just tried to take advantage of them. Heather says she needs to listen like 10 more times. I can play it a couple more times if you guys want to hear it. Let me bring it back up. Oh, shoot. What did I do? No, I don't want to do that. Oh, I keep going to the wrong tab. Oh, my goodness. Now I closed it out. Hold on. Hold on. All right, let me go back over here. No, I don't want to give feedback right now. Okay. No thanks. All right, let me make sure it's turned all the way up. All right, here we go.
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping.
Who is it?
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping.
Who is it?
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping.
Who is it?
And there, for anybody who wants to listen to it anymore, the link to it is in the description box, along with all the other sources I use. So you can go to the description box. It's on the FBI.gov website, and you can listen to it as many times as you want. Listen to it with earphones, earbuds. Thank you, Miss Barb. Okay, so Dean says it looks like Burlington, New Jersey had 375,000 people in 75. Yeah, so it could, I mean, if it's somebody that knew them then, that I would think it had to be somebody that lived within that neighborhood that she lived in that area, maybe neighbors or on the block or whatever. Okay, I am caught up. I think we have one more case. Oh goodness, almost 4 hours. That's all right. So I'll mark there. Far says, does anyone hear what U.S. accent caller is? I hear an accent. Diana said it, and to me too, the way he said daughter, it does sound kind of like that East Coast, New Jersey, New York accent. But I mean, I'm not an expert on accents. But I know we have some people. Dave could probably listen to it. Al could probably listen to it. Miss Doris, I don't know if she's still here. She lives in that area. She could probably tell you, she would probably have an opinion. All right, let me stop sharing and we will do I think we have one more. Okay. Next we have Margaret Margaret Haddican-McEnroe. Let me get her information. Oh, geez. Watch out. There we go. Okay. So Margaret Haddican-McEnroe went missing on October 10th, 2006 from Warren Township, New Jersey. She's a white female. She was 29 years old when she went missing. She'll be 47 years old today, or as of 2025. She had brown hair, brown eyes. She may use the name Sherwood Haley, which was her birth name, because I think she was adopted, if I remember correctly. It was her birth name, and she may have identification under that name. She has numerous tattoos on her back, a tattoo of a tribal design on her arm, and a fire helmet tattooed on her left thigh. She was last seen wearing a gray sweatshirt with the word Army and black lettering on the front, white checkered or plaid pajama pants, white socks, white Nike sneakers, a black military type jacket with the letters BDU written on it, a silver neck chain with military dog tags, and a white gold wedding ring with 3 diamonds on her left finger. So Margaret was suffering from postpartum depression at the time of her disappearance. She was in need of medication. She had threatened to self-harm in the past. In addition, she had bad knees and she suffered from migraine headaches. Margaret was last seen at approximately 1:30 p.m. on October 10th, 2006 at her residence near the vicinity of Witchwood Way and Round Top Road in Warren Township, New Jersey. Her husband left the residence on an errand. When he returned 2 hours later, he said she was gone and their infant was home alone. And after that, she has never been seen or heard from again. It says Margaret may have been carrying additional clothing and ID under her birth name, Sherwood Haley, in a black duffel bag at the time of her disappearance. Her husband stated that $11,000 in cash disappeared from her home at the same time that she did, and that she may have taken the money with her. She was known to have been carrying 1 credit card, but there's been no activity on that account. There's also been no activity on her bank account. She left behind her vehicle and her cell phone. So it doesn't say how did she walk? Because it just said that she was carrying, or she may have been carrying additional clothes, an ID under her birth name, and a black duffel bag, possibly $11,000 in cash. So did she walk? Did she have somebody come and pick her up? It said that she had left home for short periods of time in the past, and her husband did not report her as a missing person for 2 days as a result. But it says that she has never been gone for this long before. One of her Army t-shirts was found. So it didn't mention it, but I would assume that maybe she was in the Army, because it said she was wearing the Army t-shirt, dog tags. But it doesn't say anything unless I haven't got there yet. So it says one of her Army t-shirts was found on Dock Watch Hollow Road, which was about a mile from her home, on Thanksgiving Day in 2006. So she went missing. Oh, in 2006. So she went missing in October. So she went missing on October. I'm trying to figure out how long it was before the shirt showed up. She went missing on October 10th, and her shirt was found on Thanksgiving Day, which had been in the end of November of the same year. Oh, 6 weeks after her disappearance. If I would have just kept on reading. It was sent to a laboratory for analysis, but the testing did not turn up anything useful. said the shirt was not weathered, indicating it had not been exposed to the elements for very long. Margaret was employed as a firefighter with the Mount Bethel Fire Company at the time of her disappearance. Her husband is also a firefighter. She is described as a tough, physically strong woman. She played sports and trained in boxing as a teenager. She enlisted in the Army in 2001, completing basic training at Fort Jackson in Columbia, South Carolina. She worked as a tank mechanic during her military career, and she was discharged early in 2004 for medical reasons. She has 3 children, 2 by her husband and 1 by a previous relationship. Margaret was adopted as a baby, but she made contact. She did make contact with her birth mother in 1998, and they enjoyed a close relationship. Authorities stated they had little evidence to indicate Margaret's fate, and they were not discounting any possibilities. So they said basically everything's on the table. She left willingly. She was kidnapped. Self-harm. Everything's on the table, basically. Her co-workers and family members stated that she was behaving normally prior to her disappearance, and her case remains unsolved. So this is I don't have any idea. Like I said, everything's on the table. Did she leave willingly? Was she kidnapped? Or did she leave willingly and then something happened and she was kidnapped after she left willingly? Did she take her own life? Did she just want to start a new life? I'm very confused. I have nothing floats to the top for me on this one. I don't know. But if you have any information, you can call the Warren Township Police Department at 908-753-1000. Let me see if I had anything on her. Okay, so this, hopefully it won't throw me behind the paywall. This is an article from October of 2021. Vanished into thin air. Mom prays for closure in Warren woman's 2006 disappearance. It says maybe one more prayer will be answered. For the past 14 years, Eileen Haddican has been reciting all the prayers for the missing she knows, but her prayers to find her daughter Margaret remain unanswered. Sunday marks the 15th anniversary of the day that Margaret disappeared from her Warren Township home, leaving behind her car, cell phone, and her baby daughter. To mark the anniversary, the family gathered with friends and family for a service in the garden at Our Lady of the Mount Roman Catholic Church, where there is a candle lit for Margaret. So they had basically a vigil. Haddican, her mom, assisted by her daughter Christine, one of Margaret's 3 sisters, recently placed about 100 bows in town in remembrance of her missing daughter. The bows, which feature pictures of her daughter, are on Washington Valley Road, Mountain Boulevard, some near the Township Police Headquarters and municipal buildings. We put silver bows up in October. Let me get rid of some ads. At this point in time, I really just want to do it so that the police don't forget. It's been 15 years, and almost everyone who was on the force 15 years ago isn't there now, so I want the new cops to see it. Says Haddican, who knows of 3 local police officers still working who knew her daughter. It's a missing person cold case. Maybe they can make it a hot case. Occasionally, the FBI picks up the case, she said, but the agents haven't come up with anything. She hasn't received an update from local police in about 13 years. And the FBI in about 4 years. And this is when this article was written. The Somerset County Prosecutor's Office also hasn't been involved in the case. The investigation into the disappearance of Margaret remains open between the Somerset County Prosecutor's Office and the FBI. This according to Somerset County Prosecutor's prosecutor's office deputy chief Frank Roman. And how does Haddican, who is her mother, feel dealing with 15 years longer and no answers? She says, you just pray that somebody's going to say something and it will just balloon into a closure. But so far, that has not happened. In the meantime, she holds on to the hope that one day those answers will come, but she also remains realistic. She says, I don't know if we will ever find out anything. Haddican says she thinks about it, but doesn't believe there is any more she can do to find her daughter, but she remains hopeful. She said, referring to the solving of cold cases, she says it does happen. Hope is all we can do. Haddican-McEnroe, or Margaret, then 29, left her home once again without her car, cell phone, or her baby who was in the crib. Her mother says this was not like her. Her mother can't imagine her daughter leaving the baby all alone in the house. She says, I can see her taking the baby with her, but she did not take her car. She just disappeared, vanished into thin air. I don't know where she could be. 2 days after she disappeared, Margaret's husband, Timothy, reported her missing. He has said he waited the 2 days thinking that she would return home on her own. Her husband told police he last saw his wife about 1:30 p.m. October 10th, and when he returned home about 90 minutes later after running some errands, she was gone. A U.S. Army veteran, Margaret was last seen wearing, we went over what she was wearing, the gray Army sweatshirt, white pajama bottoms, white socks, white sneakers. And was again, police discovered one of her Army t-shirts on Dock Watch Hollow Road near her home on Thanksgiving Day. Just once again, she's described as being 5'3", 110 pounds, brown hair and eyes, tribal tattoo on her stomach, firefighter's helmet tattoo on her left calf, a number of other tattoos. Was again, she may be using her birth name, Sherwood Hallie. So it said her mother says that Margaret's oldest daughter, so I wonder if she had more than one child. Her oldest daughter will be 24, and this was back in 2021. Later this month, she lives in California after serving in the Marines, and the two youngest daughters, now teenagers, live with their father. So apparently she had 3 children. So the youngest two live with the father. And she wonders, as her granddaughters are getting older, if one day they will ask questions that lead to the answers about their mother's disappearance. Once again, anyone with information about the disappearance of Margaret Haddican-McEnroe can contact the Somerset County Prosecutor's Office at 908-231-7100 or through the Crime Stopper tip lines 1-888-577-TIPS, which is 1-888-577-8477. So yeah, that's just a little bit with her mother. Now I don't know, I'm assuming that's her biological mother. It didn't say. If it was her biological mother or her adoptive mother. But either way, it's just always so sad to hear these mamas. All right. I think that is the last. Why is it not letting me? Oh, maybe I didn't put. Okay, that's the last one we had. All right, let me get caught up in your comments and we will get out of here. We're not bad. We're 4 hours. That's not bad for a Missing Person Monday. It's all worth it if we can get this information out. All right, let me get down. Sorry, everything's crooked here. Let me see. Okay, so going back to Margaret's case, Diana says, yes, sounds like Italian American from Jersey. And go back to Margaret. So yes, she was Army. Yep. She was Army. It says she was discharged in, I forget the year, maybe 2004 for medical reasons. Yep. Dino says if she is still alive, she did a hell of a job staying away. Absolutely. Yep. Heather says absolutely, very naturally pretty lady. I agree. Yep. Diana says postpartum depression. Yep. I believe it said she was suffering. Let me go back to her. She was suffering from postpartum. Trying to find the yes, she was suffering from postpartum depression at the time of her disappearance and in need of medication. She had threatened self-harm in the past. So lots of possibilities. Yeah, that is also true. Dean says leaving with that much cash seems like she didn't plan on hurting herself. That I agree. Yes, I'm assuming you're referring to postpartum. Excuse me. Says we'll do crazy things to people. Absolutely. I know that is the question. That's the $1 million question. Yeah, Dino says it's crazy how many people just vanish. Where do they all go? I know. That is the obviously understatement. The question. You know. Yes, her daughter also. I believe it said the Marines. Sweet. Her daughter also went into the military like she did. Yep. All right. I think I'm caught up. So we will get out of here. So thank you guys for being here. If you're watching Replay Crew, thank you, Replay Crew. We love you. Once again, don't forget to hit the like. If you're Replay Crew, please leave a comment below. You can just be an emoji, leave any thoughts or questions on any of the cases that we talked about tonight, and I will get to them and answer them to the best of my ability. Please share it. The most important thing you can do is share this video, live stream, link, anywhere and everywhere you can. Sharing is caring. That helps get the information out to as many people as possible. Let's see. I will have video uploads. I uploaded one today. I was going to mention it. Amanda Grzuski has been missing for 5 years today. I uploaded a video of her today. Please do watch that. Share it anywhere and everywhere you can. I will probably have another video uploaded for you guys Wednesday. And then hopefully we'll be able to do a True Crime After Dark Friday around 8:30 or so. And just talk about some things in the news. I've got some cold cases, missing video clips to share with you guys. So we'll try to do that Friday because we had our game night last Friday. So I should be able to do the True Crime After Dark this Friday live stream. So be on the lookout for that. Saturday, I'll probably have 2 or 3 video uploads during the week and one on Saturday. So until then, everybody, let me do some multitasking here. Everybody, please have a good week. Take care of yourselves. Don't be paranoid. Just be aware. Always be aware of your surroundings. Take care of each other. We are all we have. I think that's it. And I will hopefully see you guys Friday. Thanks, guys.